Chapter 27:11. I'm sure you all heard it. The man waved his hand, and everyone from the emperor realm nodded in agreement. All of them had sharp eyes and ears. So although Yang Kai's words were not loud, how could they not have heard them? Lord Yang, you can't be so biased. If you really have a way to get rid of it, please help us, the man pleaded. Anyone with a goo insect in their body would not be able to stay calm. Although Tan Junhao was already dead, who knew what kind of harm a goo insect could cause? If it suddenly flared up one day, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now that they heard that Yang Kai could get rid of it, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw when they were drowning, unwilling to let go no matter what. Ha! Yang Kai sighed heavily and said with a helpless expression, "All right, I did say that I have a way to get rid of this heart-urging insect." Really? Everyone was overjoyed and quickly turned around, landing in front of Yang Kai and staring at him eagerly. Just now, they were all eager to leave, but now, Yang Kai would not be able to drive them away even if he wanted to. This heart-urging insect is ranked high on the exotic insect book's Earth list and is extremely ferocious and hidden. Even the Emperor realm cannot easily get rid of it. If left alone for a long time, it will devour the heart meridian and blood essence. TSK, TSK. At that time, even an immortal would not be able to save you. No one knew if Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, but everyone's faces paled as they listened to him. During this time, everyone had tried to use their Emperor Qi to expel the heart-urging insect, but as soon as they touched it, the heart-urging insect would burrow into their heart meridians. Now, let alone expel it, they had to be careful even when circulating their Emperor Qi, for fear of disturbing the heart-urging insect. Unfortunately, this young master happens to know a way to get rid of this thing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Please save us, young Master Yang." Everyone hurriedly bowed and begged. Yang Kai's face sank, and he said coldly, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason." Everyone was stunned and speechless. After listening to Yang Kai's long speech, it showed that he had a deep understanding of the heart-urging insect. It seemed that he had the intention to help them, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had become a completely different person, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, it wasn't wrong. Yang Kai wasn't related to them at all. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person. Why should he save him? Yang Kai said, "Previously, you and Tan Junhao were enemies of this young master. If this young master didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. However, I have always been magnanimous and know that you had no choice. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. This young master doesn't need any of you to repay him for saving his life. He has already done everything he can to protect you with his Emperor artifact. Now you want this young master to spend effort to help you get rid of the goo worms. Isn't that too much?" Everyone was rendered speechless, their faces filled with shame. Although Yang Kai's words were sharp, they were all true. They really couldn't refute him. These people had indeed been enemies with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai had indeed saved their lives. Now they wanted him to get rid of the goo worms for them. Wasn't this asking for a yard after giving them an inch? For a moment, everyone looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, "Young Master Yang, everyone here is the sect masters and patriarchs of the various sects in the Southern Territory. If this heart-urging insect is not removed, once it acts up in the future, I'm afraid that everyone's lives will be in danger. At that time, many sects will be like dragons without a leader, and the Southern Territory will definitely be in chaos. Young Master Yang is compassionate. Please help them." She could see that Yang Kai was loosening the reins, only to grasp them better. If he really didn't want to get rid of the goo worms for these people, then there was no need for him to keep her here and say such words. He clearly wanted to tell everyone that he had this ability. He was just short of carving the words "come" and "beg me" quickly on his face. Right now, he was just not acting until he saw the hair. Although Hua Yulu was a woman, her mind was sharp. How could she not see this point? That was why she secretly added fuel to the fire and cooperated with him. Palace Master Hua is right. Lord Yang, please help us. Regardless of whether they saw through Yang Kai's intentions or not, it was not wrong for them to sincerely ask for help. They were more or less grateful to Hua Yulu. Now, in the Emperor Realm 20 to 30, only Hua Yulu had a little friendship with Yang Kai. She was willing to intercede for them, so they were naturally grateful. Yang Kai looked troubled, but he gave Hua Yulu 120 thumbs up in his heart. He thought that this woman was really smart. He didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Xia Sheng. He couldn't let Xia Sheng know that he was taking advantage of her later. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude was not as firm as before, everyone knew that there was hope for them to succeed. Naturally, they continued to ask for help. For a moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking. That's enough. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted their shouting, frowning as he said, I can indeed expel the insect, but it will cost me a lot. Moreover, with so many people needing to expel it, this young master will have to use his own blood essence. After this is done, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for 3 to 5 years. These words were too exaggerated. No one believed them, but no one dared to refute. Whatever he said went in one ear and out the other. Yang Kai squinted at everyone. I've worked so hard. You can't let me work for nothing, right? In the end, this sentence was the main point. Hua Yulu covered her mouth and snickered. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. One of them asked cautiously, Lord Yang, what do you want? What do you have? Yang Kai asked back. Hua Yulu immediately stepped forward, took out a space ring, and offered it with both hands. Young Master Yang, this is the 12 million high-rank source crystals this mistress prepared for this auction. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, this is the reward for helping this mistress get rid of the heart-urging insect. This, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Big Sister Hua misunderstood me. This young master doesn't want to repay this kindness. Everyone's faces turned black. When they heard this, they all cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this the same as asking them what they had just done? Just now he had asked them what they had, and now he dared to say that he didn't want to repay this kindness. How shameless! Hua Yulu smiled gently and said, This mistress naturally understands young Master Yang's benevolence and righteousness, but this mistress doesn't have anything else to repay this kindness. With Yang Kai's strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in these treasures. If young master doesn't even want these source crystals, then this mistress can only offer her body. Saying so, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks as she put on a bashful look, her pair of beautiful eyes almost dripping with tears. Yang Kai's face darkened as he took the ring from Hua Yulu's hand and said, Since Big Sister Hua insists, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ha! Hua Yulu immediately glared at him with a resentful look on her face. Yang Kai sternly said, Dispelling the insect must not be disturbed. Big Sister Hua, come with me. Saying so, he urged his Diyu on and flew towards a relatively intact room nearby, with Hua Yulu following closely behind. Lord Yang, what about us? Someone shouted behind them. Wait! After entering the room, Yang Kai took the lead and found a place to sit down cross-legged, pointed to the front, and said to Hua Yulu, Sit. Hua Yulu nodded lightly and sat down in front of Yang Kai with a flash of her delicate body. Yang Kai picked up the ring, placed it in front of Hua Yulu, and said with a smile, I must thank Big Sister Hua this time. Without her cooperation, things would not have progressed so smoothly. Although those from the Emperor realm were forced to do so, they had indeed become his enemy. Although Yang Kai would not kill them, he would not let them off so easily. He planned to extort a large sum of money from them. After all, they were all here to participate in the auction. So, who didn't have at least 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals on them? Unexpectedly, Hua Yulu was so agreeable. Before, when he accepted her ring, it was just for show. Of course, Yang Kai would not really take her source crystals for himself. Glancing at the space ring but not taking it, Hua Yulu smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, since you don't want source crystals, do you really want this mistress to devote herself to you?" "Huh? This mistress is fine with it. But I am afraid that young Master Yang will dislike this mistress for being a withered woman." As she spoke, she began to feel sad. Yang Kai couldn't bear it, thinking that this woman was really a natural at acting. If he allowed her to continue, he was afraid he would have to abandon her. Quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Big sister, Hua misunderstands. You have helped me time and time again. How could I have any ill intentions towards you? My heart is only filled with gratitude." Hua Yulu wept and said, "Young Master Yang really dislikes this mistress. Forget it. Young Master is such a romantic and elegant character. There must be many beautiful women around him. How could this mistress? Don't make trouble." Yang Kai sighed heavily, a helpless look on his face. Hua Yulu giggled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." She felt greatly amused. A few days ago, when Yang Kai showed off his strength, he was like a fierce beast that chose its prey. His imposing manner was so oppressive that no one dared to look directly at him. Today, she discovered that after taking off his ferocious appearance, this young man was actually quite interesting. Putting away the space ring, Hua Yulu said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. 12 million high-rank source crystals was a great fortune even for her sect. If Yang Kai really took it away, the cultivation of her sect's disciples would definitely become a problem. What this mistress should do, please instruct young Master Yang." No longer teasing, Hua Yulu's expression became serious. "Just empty your mind and body," Yang Kai said. "There may be some abrupt things later. I hope big sister Hua won't take offense." Hua Yulu glanced at him curiously but didn't ask anything, closing her eyes docilely and emptying her mind and body just as Yang Kai had instructed. Kai Yang immediately let go of his hands. Not long after, Hua Yulu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After opening her eyes again, Hua Yulu's eyes were as clear as spring water, and her cheeks were flushed red. Even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. She did not expect that Yang Kai's so-called abrupt actions were actually touching her sensitive breasts. The strength and heat from his fingertips made her feel embarrassed. If it weren't for her previous probing, Hua Yulu would have thought that Yang Kai was a lecherous lecher. However, Yang Kai did not show any interest in her previous probing, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of her in such a way. Chapter 27:12. "That's it?" Hua Yulu asked. Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yulu was stunned. Originally, when she heard Yang Kai say that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the goo insect, she thought that it would take a lot of effort, but it turned out that it was only a matter of a few dozen breaths, and Yang Kai didn't even use much strength. Young Master Yang's business is really profitable. Hua Yulu was full of admiration. Thinking about the 20 to 30 cities in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would earn 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals this time alone. This was simply daylight robbery. It's just a small business, earning some money for my hard work. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand. "Big Sister Hua, please call the next person in. And make them follow the order. If anyone dares to rob, don't blame this young master for not giving face." "Got it." Hua Yulu got up, thanked him, and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, she turned back and said, "Young Master Yang, if you have time in the future, please be sure to visit my 100-flower palace. This big sister will definitely welcome you." 100 Flower Palace. It was the first time Yang Kai had heard of it, but there were many sects in the Southern Territory, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of it. However, he had seen many 100 flower towers. It seemed that many cities in the Southern Territory had a 100 flower tower, and in those towers, after sending Hua Yulu away, Yang Kai sat in place and pondered for a while. Suddenly he raised his hand and hammered his chest. Asterisk puff, asterisk spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish, as if he had just gone through a great battle. A person pushed the door and came in with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai's appearance and was shocked. "Lord Yang, what's wrong with you?" Yang Kai said weakly, "It's nothing. Sit down. I'll help you get rid of the goo insect." The person was overjoyed, but still worried. "Do you want to rest for a while? This one can wait." Yang Kai was fine before, but now he was spitting out blood and looking listless, obviously because he had consumed too much energy to get rid of the goo insect. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "With the goo worm in your body, you won't feel at ease. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible." When this person heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude and obediently handed over a space ring containing tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai put it away and immediately did the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai's figure flickered. When he appeared in the previous room, he looked refreshed and his face was rosy. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. Everyone was waiting. Seeing him appear, they all gathered around him. Yang Kai swept a glance over, then looked at Yi Hen and said, "Sect Master Yi, what do you plan to do now?" Yi Hen sighed. He replied, "Let's return to Thousand Leaves Sect first before making a decision." "All right." Yang Kai nodded. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, it was still the home of Yi Hen and the others. After being imprisoned for more than a year, now that they had regained their freedom, they naturally had to go back and take a look. What's more, there were still a few hundred surviving disciples in Emperor Heaven Valley that needed to be settled down. "Monster King, and I will send you off. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Yi. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Yang and Monster King." Yi Hen had a grateful expression, thinking that Yang Kai was specially sending them off. With these two escorting them, they would not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way. Everyone immediately set off. After leaving Flowing Shadow City, they flew south. "Yang Kai, I have something to say to you." Halfway there, Zhu Qing suddenly sent him a sound transmission. This dragon girl had been following him all this time, but Yang Kai did not know what her intentions were. In any case, she did not have much malice towards him, so it was fine for her to follow him. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Zhu Qing froze in place. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand to signaling Fei to take the others and leave first while he himself stayed behind. After everyone's figures disappeared, Yang Kai asked, "Why are you being so mysterious?" Zhu Qing said, "You killed an elder of Star Soul Palace. Aren't you worried at all?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Are you worried about me?" Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, "I am not related to you in any way. So, what does your life have to do with me?" "Then why don't you ask me this?" Yang Kai stared at her with interest. Zhu Qing's expression was a little uncomfortable, and she looked away and said, "No matter what that elder of Star Soul Palace did wrong, his status is still there. Now that you have killed him, I'm afraid that Star Soul Palace will not let this matter rest. Furthermore, this matter involves a lot of people, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Star Soul Palace will definitely trace it back to you." "I don't want to hide it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The main reason why he didn't kill the 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm was because he wanted them to give a statement so that the masters of Star Soul Palace could investigate. Otherwise, if those people were really dead, then anything he said would be just a one-sided story, and it wouldn't be enough to convince them. But now it was different. The 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm had all said the same thing, so even if Star Soul Palace really did investigate, they couldn't blame Yang Kai. Of course, if they wanted to protect him, then there was nothing he could do. Aren't you worried at all? As if she didn't believe Yang Kai, Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him, trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai laughed and said, "People of my generation are quick to take revenge. If I have to worry about this, and that, what's the point of living?" Zhu Qing looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a while, she said, "I suggest you find a place to hide for a while." Yang Kai sneered. Someone said that before. Hua Yulu had advised him to hide in the Northern Territory's forbidden frozen earth land, but now Zhu Qing was saying the same thing. Star Soul Palace is the sect of the great emperors after all. If they really want to find trouble with me, although the star boundary is big, I'm afraid there will be no place for me to hide. I won't hide. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. How could there be no place for you to hide? Zhu Qing smiled slyly. I know there is a place in this world where you can hide. Even if the great emperors come in person, they won't be able to find trouble with you. You're not talking about Dragon Island, are you? Yang Kai squinted at her. Zhu Qing nodded and said, "It is Dragon Island. TSK, TS." Yang Kai smacked his lips twice, rubbed his chin, and suddenly walked around Zhu Qing. "What are you doing?" Zhu Qing felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized by his eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. "I'm just curious." Yang Kai stood in front of her and grinned. "You've been trying to get me to go to Dragon Island time and time again. What are you trying to do?" Last time, she said that she wanted him to go to Dragon Island. At that time, she didn't make it too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't care. This time, she mentioned it again, but Yang Kai saw some clues. This chick couldn't be thinking that she couldn't beat him, so she wanted to trick him to go to Dragon Island and then call a group of brothers and sisters to beat him up, right? Sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. What could I be trying to do? Zhu Qing's eyes flickered a few times, avoiding Yang Kai's gaze. Her appearance made Yang Kai feel that there was something fishy going on. "You can't say for sure." Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, "Maybe you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back by force to do whatever you want of me. You're bullshitting." Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Kai laughed loudly, then turned around and chased after Fei and the others. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious, but she was annoyed in her heart. Why didn't the elders' method work at all? Originally, she thought that once she said that, Yang Kai would immediately follow her to Dragon Island to lie low for a while. But who knew that this guy didn't care about killing the Star Soul Palace elder at all? Her mission seemed to be a long way to go. Just when would she be able to complete it? Thousand Leaves Sect. It was a ruin with broken walls everywhere. Yi Hen and the others flew over from above, all of them looking sad and sorrowful. After a short while, everyone arrived at Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai opened the spatial formation of Emperor Heaven Valley and let everyone enter. Yi Hen's tears ran down his cheeks when he saw the few hundred disciples who survived. He felt that he had let down the hopes of his ancestors and blamed himself. Only this Emperor Heaven Valley was left intact. Even with the 9 great celestial puppets in his hands, Yi Hen didn't know how to rebuild the sect. Yang Kai wandered around the Emperor Heaven Valley, and Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow. He couldn't get rid of her, and she would urge him to go to Dragon Island from time to time, which annoyed Yang Kai to no end. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Yang Kai would have knocked her out with a punch and done that. What are you looking for when you wander around? Zhu Qing followed Yang Kai around for half a day and ran around the entire Emperor Heaven Valley a few times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Women should shut up when men do things." Yang Kai ignored her and finally looked at the valley and nodded slightly. Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She has quite a temper. Yang Kai glanced at her back and sneered. He scanned with his divine sense and found Yi Hen's location. Yang Kai immediately appeared next to Yi Hen with the help of the spatial laws. Lord Yang! Yi Hen hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down and talk. He then said, Sect Master Yi, have you thought about what you should do in the future? Yi Hen sighed and said, There are so many things to do, and I don't know where to start. However, after going through this Yi has understood one thing. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai stared at him. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth, Yi Hen said sadly. Although my Thousand Leaves sect has 9 heavenly puppets, we don't have any masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so we can't display the full power of the heavenly puppets. Even if this Yi wants to help Thousand Leaves sect rise again with our current manpower and situation, I'm afraid that it will only invite disaster. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then Sect Master Yi plans to increase his strength first? Yi Hen said, That is indeed my plan. Fortunately, the world energy in this Emperor Heaven Valley is rich. In 3 to 5 years, this Yi should be able to break through to the Emperor realm. When that time comes, I'll be able to protect myself. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Ye's considerations are thorough. After a pause, Yang Kai said, However, I have another suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master Yi is willing to listen. Chapter 27:13. Lord Yang has saved this Ye's life, and our Thousand Leaves sect owes him even more. Feel free to speak your mind. This Yi is all ears, Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled. The Emperor Heaven Valley is indeed a good place. There is no need to worry about safety here, and the world energy here is quite good, as well very suitable for cultivation. However, although the Emperor Heaven Valley is good, it is still too small and inconvenient to enter and exit. Sect Master Yi is determined to reach the Emperor realm, so it's fine for you to stay here for 3 to 5 years. But what about those disciples? Those 500 disciples had varying strengths, so if they were really trapped here for 3 to 5 years, they might become restless and even develop heart demons. Yi Hen sighed. How could this Yi not know this? But where can we go now? Yang Kai said, What if I can provide Sect Master Yi with a better place? A better place? Yi Hen was stunned. Yang Kai spread his arms and said, That place is thousands of times larger than this place, and the world energy there is also much denser. Not to mention 500 people. Even if 50,000 people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Many of the spirit peaks are empty, and no one cares about them. If Sect Master Yi goes there, he might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Yi Hen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Following Yang Kai's description, it seemed like a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers was slowly unfolding before his eyes. However, he soon smiled bitterly and said, If there really was such a precious place, it would have been occupied by those great sects long ago. So how could our Thousand Leaves sect have a chance? Yang Kai smiled. Sect Master Yi is right. This precious place was indeed occupied by a great sect, but it has now been destroyed. Oh, Yi Hen was stunned. May I ask Lord Yang where this place is? Northern Territory, Seeking Passion sect. Yi Hen frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed, and he exclaimed, You mean Seeking Passion sect? From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Seeking Passion sect. After all, Seeking Passion sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. There was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master in the sect. In terms of status, it was on par with the Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and many other large sects in the Southern Territory. It was not something that the Thousand Leaves sect could compare to. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed. Who did it? Yi Hen was horrified. It was simply unimaginable that such a colossal force would actually be annihilated. Comparatively speaking, Thousand Leaves sect had also suffered a calamity of annihilation. More or less, they still had 500 disciples, and the Emperor Heaven Valley. However, from Yang Kai's tone, it seemed that the Seeking Passion sect had been completely annihilated. Otherwise, why would he not care about the sect's foundation? As soon as she spoke, Yi Hen seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Could it be that Lord Yang? Although the Seeking Passion sect had a third-layer Emperor Realm Master guarding it, Yang Kai was someone who could even kill an Elder of Star Soul Palace, and he even had the Monster King by his side. Destroying the Seeking Passion sect didn't seem impossible. This thought gave him a fright. He didn't expect that such a gentle and genial young man would be so ferocious. He had actually destroyed a sect at the slightest provocation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't deny it. "I built a high heaven palace on the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. That place is now mine. If Sect Master Yi is interested, you can settle down there for the time being. You don't have to worry about your safety. I've also invited a spirit array master to rearrange the sect's grand protective array, making it impregnable." Yi Hen's emotions fluctuated as he listened. How old was Yang Kai? He had actually occupied the former site of a top sect in the Northern Territory and established a sect. Yi Hen, on the other hand, couldn't even protect the foundation that had been passed down from his ancestors. Comparing the two, he simply didn't have the face to continue living. Yang Kai said, "Although I built the High Heaven Palace, there are few people in the sect. In any case, there is nothing else to do. If Sect Master Yi thinks it's okay, you can take the disciples there and settle down." Yi Hen curiously asked, "Dare I ask Lord Yang, how many people does your noble sect have now?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He raised 3 fingers. 3,000? It really isn't that many. Yi Hen suddenly understood. For Seeking Passion sect's huge foundation, 3,000 people really wasn't a big deal. There were definitely many spirit peaks that were empty. Even Thousand Leaves sect used to have 3,000 disciples. There are no 3,000. No 3,000. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. 300? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking about it, even if Yang Kai had really founded the High Heaven Palace, it was impossible for him to recruit so many disciples in such a short time. A new sect had to adhere to the principle of better quality than substandard. It was impossible for them to accept just anyone. Even if there were only 300 people, these 300 people were probably elites among elites. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said with difficulty, "There aren't 300 either." Yi Hen was startled and hesitated. "Could it be? There are only 3 for now." Yang Kai laughed. Yi Hen couldn't believe his ears. Such a huge foundation only had 3 disciples? How lucky would these 3 disciples be? They could freely absorb the rich world energy in the spirit mountains and rivers and naturally enter and exit the many cultivation secret lands at will. Wouldn't their cultivation soar? Although there are only 3, they are actually just guest elders. There aren't any disciples for now. 3 guest elders? What are their cultivations? Yi Hen was shocked. Yang Kai glanced to the side and pointed. "The Flying Eagle Monster King is one. And the other 2 are also like him, but I had them stay behind to look after the sect this time. So they didn't follow us." "See," Yi Hen sucked in a breath of cold air and hesitated. "Could those 2 also be Monster Kings?" And Yang Kai nodded. Yi Hen felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer and was stunned. He originally thought that Yang Kai was lucky to have a Monster King by his side, but he didn't expect him to have 3 Monster Kings by his side. A sect that had just been established and hadn't even recruited a single disciple, but it actually had 3 Monster Kings as guest elders. What kind of foundation was this? Many top sects couldn't even compare to it. It could be imagined that in the future, this high heaven palace would definitely become the #1 sect in the entire star boundary, second only to the sect of the great emperors. No wonder Yang Kai said that there was no need to worry about safety. There was already a sect protecting formation, and now there were 2 monster kings guarding it. Who would dare to go there and cause trouble? It had to be said that Yi Hen was indeed moved. Compared to Emperor Heaven Valley, the current High Heaven Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for them. Emperor Heaven Valley couldn't compare to the excellent cultivation environment. Although Emperor Heaven Valley was good, it wasn't big. 500 disciples cultivating here would definitely be inefficient, and he still had to break through to the Emperor realm. However, as a sect master, Yi Hen had many things to consider, so even though he was moved, he didn't immediately agree. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Hen sighed and said, "Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, but it has been suppressed to this extent in this Ye's hands. This Ye doesn't want to become a sinner, but I can't let Thousand Leaves sect's legacy end in my hands." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I understand what Sect Master Yi is worried about. I'm not asking you to go to the High Heaven Palace to recruit you. Don't worry. Thousand Leaves Sect is still Thousand Leaves Sect. Sect Master, Yi only needs to focus on recuperating after you go to the High Heaven Palace. When you feel that you can come back and rebuild Thousand Leaves Sect, I won't stop you." Yi Hen's hesitation was probably because he was worried that Yang Kai wanted to annex Thousand Leaves Sect. Although Yang Kai had shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves Sect, if they were really annexed, Thousand Leaves Sect would truly be destroyed, and there would no longer be a sect in the future. As the sect master, it was his duty to revitalize Thousand Leaves Sect. So how could Yi Hen be willing to see such an ending? Yi Hen was startled when he heard this, and said shamefully, "This Yi has gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Thinking about it, if Yang Kai really wanted to annex Thousand Leaves Sect, he could have done so directly through force. He had no choice but to agree, so there was no need to say so much. Sect Master Yi has his own considerations, I understand." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since Lord Yang is so kind, this Yi will accept Thousand Leaves Sect's offer. We will remember this kindness in our hearts." Yi Hen bowed and said, "But the Northern Territory is far away. How should we proceed? I have my own plans." After the matter was settled, Yang Kai immediately set up a space array in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons for bringing these people from Thousand Leaves Sect to High Heaven Palace. Firstly, the High Heaven Palace was currently empty, so they would be able to add some liveliness there. Secondly, Yang Kai was quite interested in Thousand Leaves Sect's puppet techniques. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted. With so many people from Thousand Leaves Sect going to High Heaven Palace, it would imperceptibly affect the High Heaven Palace, which was equivalent to Thousand Leaves Sect's puppet techniques. In the future, when the people from Shadowed Star came over, they would have an additional defensive technique. The strength of the people from Shadowed Star was not high, so puppet techniques were just right for them. Thirdly, Yang Kai wanted to use Emperor Heaven Valley as a transfer point for his space array. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world, so after the space array outside was destroyed, no one other than Yang Kai could open it. Setting up a territory crossing space array in Emperor Heaven Valley was absolutely safe, and there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. Yang Kai still had some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, which were just enough to set up a crossing territory crossing space array. After some work, a brand new array was set up in the valley in less than half a day. Zhu Qing, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Only now did she know that Yang Kai had such attainments in the Tao of Space. Yi Hen also took advantage of this time to inform the 500 disciples of his decision. Naturally, no one objected. On the contrary, when they heard that they would be going to the Northern Territory, Many of them became excited. For these people, it was likely that they would never be able to go to the Northern Territory with their own abilities. Now that they heard that they would be going to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away, they were naturally very curious, wondering what the Northern Territory would be like. After everything was ready, Yang Kai ordered Ing Fei to take the lead and act as the vanguard. He then arranged for the 500 disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to take turns stepping onto the space array. Every time the space array was activated, a large number of source crystals would be consumed. At most, it could only transport 20 to 30 people at a time. Just the transport alone cost Yang Kai nearly 100,000 high-rank source crystals, which made Yi Hen's heart ache. Chapter 27:14. Sorry, my stomach hasn't been feeling well recently. I didn't eat or drink anything in the morning and went to the hospital. Then chronic gastritis, gastric erosion, chronic cholecystitis with multiple polyps. I really didn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I was shocked and brought back a lot of medicine. Let me rest for a while and calm down my nerves. More than 500 people were teleported over quickly. Yang Kai was the last to jump onto the space magic array. As soon as he stood firmly, a fragrance wafted over. Zhu Qing landed lightly beside him. Yang Kai had a headache and said, "How long are you going to stay with me? Why don't we go our separate ways and go back to our own homes?" Zhu Qing looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want to go to Dragon Island? Get lost." Yang Kai was irritated when he heard the words Dragon Island. "Is this how you talk to your friends?" Zhu Qing said angrily, "If you mention that word again, we can't even be friends anymore." Yang Kai snorted and said sinisterly, "You better be careful. When we teleport, I'll banish you into a crack in the void. You won't be able to find your way out for the rest of your life." Zhu Qing's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it tightly. She didn't even notice that her full breasts were pressed against his arm. "You're so close to me. I can't control myself." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said seriously, "I don't know why, but as long as I'm close to you, I'm always ready to make a move. Then don't mess around." Zhu Qing said uncomfortably. She moved slightly away from Yang Kai. "I know," Yang Kai replied grumpily. He activated the space magic array. With a flash of light, he immediately disappeared. "Young Master Yang, young Master Yang." As soon as his vision recovered, he heard two familiar calls. He looked up and saw that it was Xie Wuwei, the Monster King. After a few months, they met Yang Kai again. The two Monster Kings looked excited. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of competition in their eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's just taking care of the house. It's nothing much as long as young Master Yang says so. You can look at it for as long as you want." Shi Lei chuckled. Xie Wuwei immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you like to look after the house, I'll leave this important task to you. Next time when young Master Yang goes out, I'll follow him." Shi Lei's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Bullshit. Why is it my turn this time?" Xie Wuwei curled his lips and said, "You were the one who lost last time. Are you trying to deny it?" Shi Lei laughed out loud and said, "How can you take a drunk's words seriously? As the Monster King, how can you go back on your word?" Xie Wuwei snorted coldly. "Come fight me if you're not convinced." Shi Lei puffed out his chest, revealing his firm muscles. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked down from the space array. He walked around the quarreling duo and arrived in front of Yi Hen. He smiled and asked, "Master Yi, how is this place?" At this moment, Yi Hen had a shocked expression on his face as he took a deep breath. Feeling the rich world energy in the air, he could hardly believe that he had come to such a precious place. What made him even more dizzy was the fact that he had crossed territory through a space array. A moment ago, He was still in the Southern Territory, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the Northern Territory. Good, very good. There is no place better than this, Yi Hen praised sincerely. As expected of the foundation of a top sect, if an ordinary place had such rich world energy, what would the forbidden cultivation grounds and spirit peaks be like compared to the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect? They were simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of those great sects grew so quickly. With such a good cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. The faces of the 500,000 Leaves sect disciples were also filled with joy, if not for them having some misgivings about losing face. If they didn't care about their reputation, they would have run around and cheered. However, the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Seeing this scene, Yi Hen sighed slightly in his heart. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If he really cultivated in this place and wanted to rebuild Thousand Leaves sect one day, who knew how many people would be willing to follow him? However, his expression soon turned serious, and he threw away this thought. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to consider now was to increase his cultivation and break through to the Emperor realm. Only when his strength reached the level of the Emperor realm would he have the possibility of rebuilding Thousand Leaves sect. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. There are many spirit peaks. Sect Master Yi can choose where to live. As for your noble sect's disciples, you can also make arrangements for them. Except for some forbidden cultivation grounds that are covered by spirit arrays, you are free to go anywhere else, Yang Kai instructed. Many thanks, Lord Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and walked over to Chi Yu and the others. Looking at them with a smile, he opened his arms and shouted, "Everyone, from now on, this will be your home in the star boundary." Chi Yu and the others were different from Thousand Leaves sect. They all came from the same star territory and had a close relationship with each other. Yang Kai had established High Heaven Palace for the people of his homeland, and Chi Yu and the others were naturally among them. Sect Master is quite capable. Guizhu chuckled. Gu Songyun said, "Now, you should address him as Palace Master." Guizhu immediately nodded. High Heaven Sect and High Heaven Palace might only have a single word difference, but they were completely different existences. The latter scale was undoubtedly incomparable to the former's. Chi Yu turned her head and looked around, sighing. "If Qing Luo could also come here to cultivate," Yang Kai said solemnly. "I'm also asking about how to go back, but I don't have any leads for now. If I can return to Star Territory one day, I will definitely bring them all here." Ai-O patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and quickly said, "It's really not easy for you." He had roamed the star boundary alone for only a few years, yet he had actually built up such a large family business. Although he had only seen his glory, Ai-O knew that there must have been many hardships and inhumane sorrows behind it. What was even rarer was that even though Yang Kai's strength and status had changed, he had not forgotten his roots. Ai-O was extremely satisfied with this son-in-law of his. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Find a place to stay." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Come, let's go see how big this home is with this old master." Guizhu called out, immediately turning into a cloud of ghost chi and flying forward. The others also excitedly followed. Although they had been living in Thousand Leaves sect before, and Yi Hen had treated them very well, they were still living under someone else's roof. However, things were different now. This High Heaven Palace could be considered a place that belonged to them, and it gave them a great sense of belonging. Yi Hen cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yang, this you will also take these kids to have a look?" "As you wish, Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The hundreds of people quickly left, all of them looking as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Seeking Passion Sect was extremely large, so they had to choose a place to stay. It would take at least a few days. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and asked, Sister Hua, aren't you going? Hua Qingxi smiled and said, No need. We'll just find a place to stay later. She was from Star Soul Palace. She was not surprised by this kind of cultivation environment, so she naturally would not be like Guizhu and Yi Hen. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, What are you worried about? Star Soul Palace? Or are you blaming me for killing Tan Junhao? Hua Qingxi glanced at him and shook her head. Honored master, that person brought about his own death, so I won't blame you, even if Star Soul Palace investigates this matter. I'm afraid they won't blame you. It's just that. But what? I'm a disciple of Star Soul Palace, after all. Now that I've followed you to the Northern Territory, it can be said that I've betrayed the sect. Hua Qingxi laughed at herself with a bitter expression. Yang Kai asked curiously, You haven't done anything wrong to Star Soul Palace, so how can you say that you've betrayed them? Hua Qingxi stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead, smiling faintly as she said, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. In any case, from today onwards, I am a member of your towering firmament palace. If Sun Star Divine Palace really comes knocking on our door, I'll help you beat them back. How dare they steal my people? Not even Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai said fiercely. Hua Qingxi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Anyway, I boarded your pirate ship. Okay, I'm going to find a place to stay. As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew off into the distance. Yang Kai stared at her back for a while before shaking his head slightly. Then he looked at Shi Lei and Xie Wei and asked, Has anything happened recently? Shi Lei scratched his cheek and looked at Xie Wei. The latter cupped his fists and said, Young Master Yang, nothing major has happened. However, many cultivators come to the sect every day wanting to join High Heaven Palace. We didn't pay any attention to them. Other than that, Miss Ji Yao came twice, but when she saw that you weren't here, she went back. She told me to ask you to go to Ice Heart Valley when you came back. It seems that something has happened. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll go and take a look. As he spoke, he flashed onto the space array. Zhu Qing stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at her. You want to follow me? Are you a follower? Zhu Qing said calmly, Either you agree to go with me, or I'll follow you. Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter face. What kind of enmity do you have with me? Why do you have to torture me like this? I'm warning you, don't push your luck, or I won't be polite to you. Shi Lei heard this. His eyes immediately widened, and he rubbed his palms. Young Master Yang, go ahead. Leave this chick to me. I promise to beat her until her mother can't recognize her. Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed and gave Shi Lei a thumbs up. Old ox, if you can deal with her, this young master will reward you handsomely. You will enjoy great glory and wealth. Shi Lei laughed. What's so difficult about that? While speaking, demonic chi directly slapped Zhu Qing with his big, fan-like palm. His fierce posture showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and she glared at Shi Lei with her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the supreme dragon race. She tolerated Yang Kai because Yang Kai had the source of the ancestral dragon. Now, a monster king dared to talk nonsense in front of her. Yang Kai's grievances burst out in an instant. She punched out with her fist, lightly meeting Shi Lei's slap head-on. Shi Lei frowned. Although he said that he would beat Zhu Qing until her mother couldn't recognize her, he could see that she and Yang Kai didn't seem to be enemies. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't really be ruthless. Otherwise, if he slapped this chick to death, who knew how young Master Yang would punish him? He was a monster king. He had copper skin and iron bones and infinite strength. Ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Masters didn't dare to fight him head-on. This chick was delicate and petite. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have much strength. Seeing that his opponent was going to fight him head-on, Shi Lei didn't dare to use his full strength. He quickly held back a little and grinned. "Little girl, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you see this, kings." Asterisk bang, asterisk the fist, and palm collided. Before he could finish speaking, Shi Lei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew straight out. He hit a mountain peak several hundred feet away and made a big hole in it. Chapter 27:15. Zhu Qin remained motionless as she stood firmly on the space array with a calm expression on her face, as if what she had just sent flying was not a monster king, but a small monster beast. Turning her beautiful eyes, she stared at Xie Wuwei and asked, "Do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Cold sweat dripped down Xie Wuwei's forehead as he shook his head like a rattle. Ying Fei was all smiles as he bowed and said, "Have a safe journey, sirs." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhu Qin helplessly before activating the space array and leaving. After a while, Xie Wuwei poked Ying Fei with lingering fear and asked cautiously, "That girl, what is her background?" "She fought Shi Lei head-on and sent him flying with a single punch, let alone a human. Even a monster king wouldn't have such strength. Could she be another divine spirit?" Ying Fei's mouth squirmed as he softly spat out 2 words. Xie Wuwei was dumbfounded. The cold air was biting cold, and snow was everywhere. As soon as Yang Kai appeared from Ice Heart Valley's space array, he saw someone leaning against the base of the space array with their buttocks sticking out in front of him. This person was studying something while muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the 2 people behind him. "Is it the Southern Gate Army?" All of Ice Heart Valley were women, but the person in front of him was a man, and his back was so familiar. How could Yang Kai not recognize him? Yang Kai frowned and listened for a while, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Don't be noisy." Southern Gate Army didn't look back and maintained his posture. He growled impatiently, but soon, as if remembering something, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was shocked. The other party's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red, as if he was possessed. On the other hand, Southern Gate Army looked happy. He immediately rushed over and whispered, "Grandmaster Yang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What for?" Southern Gate Army enthusiastically said, "I was waiting for you to discuss the Tao of spirit arrays with me. Let's go. Let's find a place to talk." "What can we talk about?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Southern Gate Army's face. "Grandmaster Yang, you can't say that. Spirit arrays are profound and have a long history. As the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. If you and I exchange pointers, it will be good for both of us." "But I don't want to." Southern Gate Army's face. Yang Kai looked at the space array on the ground and said indifferently, "You can't figure out anything about this space array, can you?" South Gate Dajuan's face reddened as he shook his head and said, "How is that possible?" It won't take long for me to crack it and set up another one." "Oh, okay, keep up the good work." Yang Kai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait. Southern Gate Army grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "Let go." Yang Kai turned and stared at him. Southern Gate Army's face was bitter. He lowered his head and said, "Grandmaster Yang, you have sharp eyes. This space array, I really can't figure it out. Please, Grandmaster Yang, enlighten me." "Let go first." Kai Yang stared at the clothes he was holding. Southern Gate Army let go. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he made a gesture of grabbing Yang Kai at any time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. He stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled clothes. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "You want to learn?" Southern Gate Army nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were shining with thirst for knowledge. I can teach you. Yang Kai smiled. Southern Gate Army's expression immediately became solemn. He tidied his clothes and bowed to the ground. Please accept my bow, Master Yang. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked back. Southern Gate Army smiled bitterly. What do you want? I have a lot of source crystals. I have a lot of source crystals, Yang Kai said disdainfully. Then I will use other arrays to exchange with you. I have some arrays from ancient times. They are powerful and unpredictable. Not interested. Southern Gate Army said with a sad face. Then what do you want? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. When the High Heaven Palace was first established, it just happened to lack a chief array master. Southern Gate Army's face changed when he heard this. He shook his head and said, No, I have always been a loner. If I really join a sect, I am afraid I will cause trouble for Grandmaster Yang and your sect. Then forget it. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai turned and left. Grandmaster Yang, let's talk nicely. Southern Gate Army wanted to grab Yang Kai's clothes again. Think about it yourself. Everything will happen naturally. I will not force you. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he quickly ran away. Although both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, Southern Gate Army specialized in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Southern Gate Army stared at Yang Kai's receding figure and couldn't help but stomp his feet in annoyance. Inside Ice Heart Valley, there were many beautiful women and the fragrance of Wintersweet. Although Ice Heart Valley had suffered a great disaster last time, after being reborn from the ashes, it had become more united. Everywhere he passed, many female disciples were cultivating and exchanging pointers to improve their strength. After seeing Yang Kai, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, Lord Yang. They all seemed to recognize Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide last time and saved Ice Heart Valley from the abyss of suffering. Many disciples had seen Yang Kai's true face. Even if they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they had seen his image. At this moment, he really was young, handsome, and had a heroic figure. Naturally, they couldn't take their eyes off him. There were even bolder ones who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples were quite good, they were all women after all, so there was more yin than yang. Many of the female disciples had lived in Ice Heart Valley since childhood and had never left, so they had never even seen a man before. In the future, when High Heaven Palace grew stronger, they might be able to form a marriage alliance with Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had many beautiful women, but no man loved them. It was quite pitiful. This was a good idea. Presumably, Senior Bing Yun wouldn't refuse. After all, Ice Heart Valley didn't forbid marriage. However, those who married would no longer be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Walking to the corridor of the central hall, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. A woman with a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him and gently nodded to him. When did you come back? Just now. I heard you were looking for me? Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao and asked. Honored Master is looking for you, Ji Yao said, glancing at the girl behind Yang Kai and asking doubtfully. This is, seeing Zhu Qing's petite figure, full figure, and stunning face, she couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Yang Kai had only gone out for a few months, but he had actually brought back a stunning woman. Moreover, it seemed that the two were very close. Otherwise, why would he bring her to Ice Heart Valley? She inexplicably felt annoyed. Don't worry about her. Yang Kai was too lazy to introduce Zhu Qing to her. The identity of a dragon girl was too shocking. Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai, and without the previous intimacy, she suddenly became a little cold and said casually, Come with me? She doesn't even bother to introduce me. Has she become so distant after not seeing me for a few months? Or maybe it's because she has a new lover. She turned around and led the way. Yang Kai quickly caught up with her. He asked, "How have you been?" Ji Yao replied indifferently, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." Feeling the coldness, Yang Kai was baffled. He scratched his head and simply didn't say anything, lest he invite a rebuff. When they arrived in front of a palace, Yang Kai stopped and looked back at Zhu Qing. "Wait here. I have something to discuss with Senior Bing Yun." Zhu Qing looked at him distrustfully. "You won't take the opportunity to run away, right?" Yang Kai sneered. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I run?" Zhu Qing nodded slightly and stood there quietly. Ji Yao glanced at the two of them. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled. When he entered the main hall, he saw Bing Yun. Several disciples were waiting on her at the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're not an outsider, so there's no need to be polite. Sit." Yang Kai sat down and asked about Lu Xianyun's situation. He learned that she had been in retreat recently, preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which put him at ease. Although Lu Xianyun came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, after all, she had gone through life and death with him. So there was a friendship between them. She could enter Ice Heart Valley thanks to Yang Kai's recommendation. So naturally, he had to be more concerned about her. But then again, Lu Xianyun herself was a cultivator from the territory of the Lower Star. Her aptitude was outstanding. And as long as she had enough cultivation resources, breaking through to the Emperor realm was almost certain, whether it was for Yang Kai's sake or for Lu Xianyun's excellent aptitude. Ice Heart Valley spared no effort to cultivate her. "Have you returned to the Southern Territory recently?" Bing Yun asked. She remembered that when Yang Kai came to say goodbye last time, he said that he was going back to the Southern Territory. "And I went back." Ji Yao walked over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Kai, saying lightly, "You also brought back a woman. Big brother, don't you need to call her in and introduce her to Honored Master? We may have to meet often in the future." Bing Yun looked at Ji Yao in amazement, and the senior sisters also had strange expressions. They felt that Ji Yao was giving off an inexplicable hostility today. Many of them swept outside with their divine senses and found a woman standing outside the hall. Bing Yun said, "She is a guest. Yang Kai, how can you leave her alone outside?" "Senior, don't worry about her. That person is very troublesome." Yang Kai also couldn't explain it clearly. Ji Yao said, "Big brother must have done something wrong to her. That's why you are so afraid of her." "I'm afraid of her?" Yang Kai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end. "What a joke." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai and said, "That is to say, Big brother really did something wrong to her." "No, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai blushed and quickly picked up the cup, drinking water to hide his embarrassment. And Ruo Yun and the others were watching from the side. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had seen through something. Ji Yao sneered. "It's true." Then she said seriously, "Big brother, if you abandon a woman, I will definitely ignore you in the future." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of tea and complained, "That's not true." "Yao Air, why are you acting weird today?" Chapter 27:16. Ji Yao ignored him and turned to face the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai put down his teacup, not knowing what to say. Speechless, he turned to look at Bing Yun and changed the topic. "Senior, are you looking for me for something?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "Do you know the High Sky sect? I seem to have heard of it." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before rubbing his palms. "A sect in the Northern Territories?" He hadn't been active in the Northern Territory for a long time, and his range of activities wasn't large. He didn't know much about the Northern Territory compared to the Southern Territory, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Northern Territory. The only ones he knew about were Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. When he first heard about the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace, he didn't react, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered that the heritage and strength of these two sects weren't much worse than Seeking Passion sects. They were also top sects in the Northern Territory, with third-stage Emperor realm masters overseeing them. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior suddenly mentioned these two sects. Is there something I need to pay attention to?" He had established a sect in the Northern Territory, and since the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were also top sects in the Northern Territory, they would definitely have to deal with each other in the future. There might even be some competition and friction. They weren't like Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to have conflicts. Bing Yun said, "In the entire star boundary, the Eastern Territory has the Serene Soul Great Emperor's Serene Soul Palace, the Southern Territory has the Bright Moon Great Emperor's Star Soul Palace, and even the Western Territory has the Night Shadow Great Emperor's Assassin Palace. All the top sects bow down to these Great Emperor's sects and obey their orders. Only in the Northern Territory there are no Great Emperor's sects. Why is that?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He hadn't considered this before. Now that he heard Bing Yun say this, he suddenly realized that it was true. Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe it's because many places in the Northern Territory are too cold and not as rich in resources as other places. It's not suitable to start a sect." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, although there are no Great Emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, there is one Great Emperor, and that is the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He knew about this. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors lived in the Medicine Pill Valley in the Northern Territory. Having said that, he had also obtained the inheritance left behind by the Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu. If not for that, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an understanding of the Star Boundary's herbs. It was precisely because he obtained the Jade Slip and various pill recipes left behind by Gong Sun Mu that Yang Kai could be so proficient in the alchemic Tao. However, when he obtained the inheritance, Gong Sun Mu placed a seal on his body. If he wanted to remove that seal, he would have to cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to find the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors to remove it. Gong Sun Mu did this to let Yang Kai pass a message to the Great Emperors, telling him that he knew his mistake and asking the Great Emperors to accept him back into the sect. However, that seal hadn't caused any harm to Yang Kai for so many years, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, there was still a long time before the deadline, and he was confident that he could cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Naturally, there was no need to trouble the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Bing Yun said, "For so many years, the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory have maintained a balance. This queen has been missing for many years, and although Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed a little, it has been able to maintain its balance. Fortunately, it has been able to maintain its position. But now, this balance has been broken. The broken balance was undoubtedly the destroyed Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "So what?" Bing Yun chuckled and said, "For my Ice Heart Valley, it's naturally nothing. Seeking Passion sect wanted to destroy my Ice Heart Valley, but they were destroyed instead. But for the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace, it's a problem." Yang Kai's expression turned sullen. "Do they want to cause trouble?" Bing Yun said, "You can destroy Seeking Passion sect, but it doesn't mean you can't destroy the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace. It's normal for them to be worried." "What do they want to do? Join forces to go against me?" Bing Yun smiled and said, "If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. It's normal for them to work together for warmth. Recently, the two sects have been very close, so they may take some action." Yang Kai sneered. "Are they really not worried that I will destroy them?" Bing Yun said sternly, "Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. You destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Seeking Passion sect has such a huge foundation and tens of thousands of years of treasures. Anyone would be jealous of you. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they just join forces to make you wary. Otherwise, you might be ambitious and want to unify the Northern Territory. I don't have such thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head. He left behind the foundation of Seeking Passion sect for the sake of the people of his homeland. How could he think about unifying the Northern Territory? Without the prestige of the great emperors, it was impossible to achieve such a thing. Bing Yun called Yang Kai over just to give him a reminder, and had no other intentions. Seeing that he had his own plans, Bing Yun naturally didn't say anything more. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Last time, when Seeking Passion sect made things difficult for Ice Heart Valley, did these two sects contribute?" Bing Yun looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai understood that even if these two sects didn't contribute, they must have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could Seeking Passion sect have recruited so many helpers? Perhaps some of them were disciples of these two sects. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have let them go so easily, and would have investigated them thoroughly. High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they should have a lot of treasures. It was normal for great sects to fight openly and secretly. They helped Seeking Passion sect destroy Ice Heart Valley, so they obviously didn't care about balance. Now that Yang Kai had occupied Seeking Passion sect's territory and shown his strength, they were worried. It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai swore in his heart. After staying in Ice Heart Valley for a while, Yang Kai took his leave. When he greeted Ji Yao, he didn't get a response, which made Yang Kai quite depressed. He didn't know what he had done to offend her. Walking out of the hall, Yang Kai saw snowflakes floating outside. Zhu Qing was wrapped in silver and didn't use her Emperor Qi to protect herself. Beside her was a snowman as tall as a person. It was extremely ugly. "You've been standing here all this time?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Although he had told her to wait here, he didn't tell her to just stand there. Zhu Qing didn't answer, instead pointing to the ugly snowman next to her and saying, "That's yours." "It's yours." Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her, kicked the snowman to pieces, and left with his hands behind his back. Zhu Qing turned around and followed him. Returning to the space array on the Ice Lake Island, Yang Kai saw the Southern Gate Army was still waiting there with a hesitant look on their faces. Yang Kai said angrily, "If you're a man, then be decisive. You'll never become a great man." The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "I'm an array grandmaster. How can you mock me like this?" Yang Kai sneered, pointing to the space array and saying, "If you can set one up, I'll admit that you're an array grandmaster." The Southern Gate Army was instantly silenced, his face turning red. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Forget it. My High Heaven Palace doesn't need a half-baked array grandmaster like you." He turned around and stepped onto the space array. Suddenly, the Southern Gate Army grabbed his clothes again. Yang Kai turned to look at him. The Southern Gate Army's face turned red. He raised a finger and said, 10 years. After 10 years, I'll leave the High Heaven Palace." Yang Kai sneered and said, "You're still bargaining with me? 10 years it is. Any more, and I'll forget about it." The Southern Gate Army's face was resolute. "All right, 10 years it is. Come on up." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army sighed heavily and stood on the space array dejectedly. He felt like he had been betrayed for no reason. His heart was very depressed. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he didn't see the three Monster King. He didn't know where they went to find fun. There wasn't even a guard beside the space array. This made Yang Kai frown. Although the space array he set up wouldn't have any problems, and it was impossible for it to be invaded, there should at least be someone guarding it. There should be a butler. Yang Kai thought of a few people's faces and secretly made a decision. Find a place to stay. Yang Kai ordered the Southern Gate Army. The Southern Gate Army nodded and said, "Oh, right, Palace Master. What's my status in the High Heaven Palace? Didn't I tell you that you're the Chief Array Grandmaster?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "When you're free, walk around and take a look. If there's any array that needs to be strengthened or rearranged, feel free to do it." Okay, okay, okay. The Southern Gate Army nodded vigorously. Yang Kai turned around and pointed at Zhu Qing, saying, "You don't follow me." The Space Array Grandmaster fluctuated, and he disappeared in a flash. Zhu Qing stomped her feet and scanned with her divine sense, but she couldn't sense where Yang Kai had gone. When they arrived at the palace on the main peak, Yang Kai flashed into it and sat down cross-legged. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace now, it was still somewhat popular. The most important thing was that the path of puppetry and the path of array grandmasters were settled. When the disciples from their homeland came over in the future, they could learn these two skills. In the long run, whether it was the development of the High Heaven Palace itself or the growth of the disciples, it was greatly beneficial. As for the 10-year period mentioned by the Southern Gate Army, Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at all. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? When the time came, the Southern Gate Army might not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Feeling refreshed, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside him. Immediately, the world energy in the room began to roll. When one's strength reached the Emperor realm, the efficiency of cultivating with low-rank and mid-rank source crystals was too low. Only high-rank source crystals could be used. Now that Yang Kai had more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals in his possession, he was simply filthy rich. What was a mere cultivation lost to him? A crackling sound came from his limbs and bones as his meridians and flesh wriggled. A massive amount of world energy poured into his body for Yang Kai to refine and absorb. Not only that, but he also took out the golden-armored heavenly book and divided his attention to refine it. The golden-armored heavenly book was quite powerful. If he could refine it as soon as possible, it would help him improve his strength. In the future, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't fall behind. It was just that refining this thing was quite laborious and couldn't be completed in a short time. Time passed little by little. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, a steady stream of world energy poured into his body. His Emperor Qi and divine sense were also constantly invading the golden-armored heavenly book, trying to leave his soul brand on it. Chapter 27:17. This refinement took 3 months. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. His progress in refining the golden armor heavenly book was quite good. Now that he had branded his soul brand into this emperor artifact, he could activate several of its divine technique. Although he couldn't control the golden armor heavenly book like Tan Junhao could, he still had some means to deal with his enemies. What made him feel helpless was his own cultivation. He had clearly reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, and he clearly felt that he was one step away from the threshold of the Second Order Emperor realm. There was only a thin barrier left, but he just couldn't break through. After consuming millions of high-rank source crystals, his Emperor Qi had become more vigorous and pure, but his realm was still stagnant. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The worst thing about cultivation was to rush things. He was still young and had a lot of time ahead of him. Compared to those from the Emperor realm who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he had a unique advantage that others couldn't compare to. Being young was naturally a form of capital. There was still a long way to go. So what was there to be anxious about? Hence, he temporarily put aside the matter of training and focused on managing Towering Palace. No matter what, he was the palace master of Towering Palace. Even though he did not have many disciples, there were still hundreds of people who were staying in the palace. As the master, he naturally had to be a good host and make arrangements for them so that they would feel at home. It would be best if he could make them stay in the palace with their hearts. Thinking so in his heart, Yong-kai found that he didn't know where to start. Back on Shadowed Star, when he established High Heaven Sect, he also stood aside and left everything to Yi Shi-yun. He was used to being a hands-off manager and found that this kind of thing didn't suit him at all. In the end, he decided to go to Thousand Leaves Sect and take a look. Maybe he could ask Yi-hen for some experience. Everyone in Thousand Leaves Sect was now living on a main peak with a rich world energy aura. There were more than a dozen peaks like this in the entire High Heaven Palace. No one knew what this peak was called before, but now it was called Thousand Leaves Peak. It was just a name. No one cared. When he arrived, he found that everything was in order. The 500 disciples were either cultivating or exchanging pointers. Not a single one of the puppets was free. As the eldest brother, Du Xian held an altar on the main peak's plaza, explaining the essentials of the puppet technique. A group of Thousand Leaves Sect disciples with low cultivations listened in awe, shaking their heads. Their eyes were filled with worship. Yong-kai listened for a while, but he was confused. He had no idea what Du Xian was talking about. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Perhaps many of these people would become disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. And that little fatty, who was shaking his head, wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was talented and intelligent. He should have his own understanding of the art of puppetry. When he matured a little more, he would tempt him with benefits. Now that she knew his feelings, she was not afraid that he would not bow his head and worship her. When he became a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, Yi-hen probably wouldn't say anything. The voices suddenly stopped. Du Xian shouted, "Brother Yang!" Yong-kai didn't try to hide anything, and Du Xian didn't think that he was trying to steal Thousand Leaves Sect's Tao of puppetry. If Yong-kai really had such intentions, he could have left behind the ancestors' secret scriptures when he opened the Emperor Heaven Valley for the first time. Yong-kai smiled and nodded. "I'm just looking around. You do what you need to do." Many of the disciples turned their heads around. They all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They were only able to cultivate here because of Yong-kai, and they knew that Yong-kai was the master of this place. How could they not be respectful when living under someone else's roof? "Sit, sit." Yong-kai waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a crime for him to disturb their cultivation. But since he was already here, he couldn't just ignore them. He coughed lightly and said, "Have you all gotten used to living here recently?" Du Xian smiled. "This place is rich in spirit chi and talented people. How could we not get used to it? You don't know how satisfied the disciples are." Many of the disciples nodded vigorously, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Compared to the original Thousand Leaves Sect, this place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cultivating here was much more efficient. "You'll get used to it." Yong-kai grinned. "Don't be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." They wouldn't have any thoughts of leaving if they treated this place as their own home. "If you need anything, just look for Hua Qingxi. Sister Hua is now the head steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of everything." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "I'll have to trouble Master Hua in the future." Yong-kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many of the disciples were extremely excited, feeling that Yong-kai's friendliness was unbelievable. This was the Emperor realm and a palace master at that. Yet he didn't put on any airs at all, and even called their eldest brother brother. Their gazes towards him became even more respectful, feeling that this was the magnanimity and breadth of mind that the Emperor realm should have. In the past, they had heard that the people of the Emperor realm were all arrogant and haughty, treating any cultivator below the Emperor realm like an ant, and taking their lives at their whim. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lord Yang's shoes. That's right. Du Xian suddenly clapped his hands and turned to the disciples, junior brother and junior sister. Haven't you been clamoring for this big brother to teach you some cultivation insights? It's not that this big brother doesn't want to teach you, but this big brother's strength is too low. So I'm afraid that I'll mislead you. Since Big Brother Yang is here today, why don't we ask Big Brother Yang to teach us some cultivation insights? Big Brother Yang is from the Emperor realm, so his insights are countless times better than mine. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all cheered in unison. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but I don't know anything about puppetry. Du Xian smiled. Cultivation has nothing to do with puppetry. Moreover, this little brother would like to ask Big Brother Yang to teach us a thing or two. I hope that Big Brother Yang won't be stingy with his guidance. Yang Kai was a little confused. Right, what was he doing here? Why was he suddenly being forced to teach some cultivation insights? He had just established an amiable image, so if he refused, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? Lord Yang! Lord Yang! Lord Yang! The group of Thousand Leaves sect disciples shouted in unison, each of their eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Big Brother Yang, please tell us, Du Xian pleaded. All right, Yang Kai braced himself and agreed. Then I'll just tell you, Du Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Yang Kai to the front while he turned around and sat down, looking up at the sky. Looking down at the group of cultivators with uneven cultivations, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze across their young and tender faces. He had also gone through the same stages as them, growing stronger step by step until he finally reached the Emperor realm. However, he was different from them. After coming out of the central capital, he had no master or master to teach him. He struggled alone, often teetering on the edge of life and death. He encountered many evil people and noble people, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, living a life of his own. However, if he had a good master and friend on his path of growth, he might be able to avoid many detours. Would he actually be able to carve the mark of a good master and friend on his body one day? No matter how helpful his teachings were to these people today, when they recalled many years later, they would definitely remember him, standing in front of them in this vast high heaven palace, under this lush Thousand Leaves peak, like a beacon guiding them on their path forward. He suddenly felt that his personality had become much greater. Originally, he didn't know what to say, but at this moment, his mind suddenly became unprecedentedly clear as he said, a cultivator's cultivation is to cut through all obstacles and struggle against the heavens. There is only one word to describe it, the martial Tao. What is the Tao? The great Tao is 50, and the heavens give birth to 49. In this world, there are 3,000 cultivators who can prove the great Tao, and in the end, they all have the same path. Some say that war is the Tao, some say that technique is the Tao, and some say that flowers, plants, trees, and even the ants on the ground are the Tao. If you ask me, I am the Tao. Wherever I am, the Tao exists. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It seemed to carry a mysterious charm that caused people to involuntarily fall into it. Following Yang Kai's words, a magnificent picture scroll slowly unfurled in front of everyone. At times, it caused people's emotions to surge. At other times, it caused them to go wild with joy. And at other times, it caused them to feel lost and helpless. Yang Kai stood there, but he was the epitome of the countless cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. In one dazzling era after another, countless people stepped forward to seek the true meaning of the martial Tao. Originally, there were less than 100,000 Leaves sect disciples here. But as time passed, the crowd grew larger and larger. More and more people rushed over after hearing the voice, sitting down cross-legged and listening attentively. After an hour, Almost 500 people had gathered in front of Yang Kai. Almost all of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were gathered here, except for a few who were in seclusion and couldn't make it. Although Yang Kai didn't have a master to guide him, since he had come to the Emperor realm, he naturally had some of his own cultivation experience. However, he didn't impart his cultivation experience like Du Xian had begged him to do. Instead, his words flowed like a river, his thoughts unconstrained. Rather than saying that he was imparting his Tao to these people, it would be more accurate to say that he was explaining his own comprehension, searching for the elusive heavenly mysteries in his soliloquy. Some people understood what Yang Kai was saying and wore thoughtful expressions. Some people frowned, thinking that what Yang Kai said was a complete mess and completely irrelevant. But even so, they didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. They just felt that their realms weren't high enough and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They were secretly annoyed, thinking that the Emperor realm really was the Emperor realm. Even if they could understand what he was saying when separated, they would still be able to understand what he was saying, but when put together, they would seem mysterious and unfathomable. Walk your own path and become your own Tao. If you follow the path of others, you can only chase after the backs of others forever. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough, yet as he looked around and said, "Does everyone understand?" The entire place fell silent. No one dared to say that they understood. The world energy suddenly surged as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Above Thousand Leaves Peak, black clouds covered the sky as a vortex of world energy suddenly formed, slowly gathering the world energy. Oh, someone understands. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the peak and grinned. Chapter 27:18. Big Sister Hua, from today onwards, you are the chief steward of my high heaven palace. From the great elders to the disciples, they will all be under your command and obey your orders. Yang Kai patted Hua Qingxi's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Hua Qingxi's long eyelashes fluttered as she was a little dazed. Come. There are 200 million high-rank source crystals, 3 billion mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals in this ring. There are also various materials. Take them first. These cultivation resources are also yours to distribute. A space ring was stuffed into Hua Qingxi's hand. Wait! Hua Qingxi frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "When did I become the chief steward of your high heaven palace?" She had only noticed the movement in Thousand Leaves Peak and wanted to go there to investigate, but she had encountered Yang Kai halfway and was stopped by him. He had stuffed a space ring full of resources into her hands and then said a bunch of strange things to her. I said, "From today onwards." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly, as if he was handing over the important task of maintaining the peace of the sect and leading it to glory. "Why would I become the chief steward?" Hua Qingxi said unhappily. Yang Kai said seriously, "I've thought about it carefully. Looking at the current high heaven palace, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Big Sister Hua, you should take on more responsibilities. This is a very important position, so don't disappoint this palace master." What high heaven palace? Hua Qingxi curled her lips. There aren't many people, excluding the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who were temporarily staying here. The current high heaven palace only had the 3 Monster King as guest elders, Chiyu, Aio, and a few others. Yang Kai scratched his face. Everything is difficult at the beginning. There will be many people in the future. You should practice first. Who do you want to practice with? Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. Yang Kai pointed at Thousand Leaves sect. Aren't there a few hundred people over there? I'm not from the high heaven palace. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Hua Qingxi sized him up and said, "Oh, you're still thinking of stealing someone else's woman?" Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense. This palace master disdains such a despicable act. It's just that people strive for greater heights and water flows to lower places. This is the norm in the world. When the time comes, if he really wants to stay and become a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, then I couldn't refuse. Of course, if Big Sister Hua can keep the entire Thousand Leaves sect here, that would be even better. Ooh. Hua Qingxi nodded. What you said makes sense. Thousand Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry is indeed extraordinary. It's a wonderful thing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. You also think it makes sense, don't you? Then I'll leave this task to you. All right, I have nothing to do recently anyway, so I'll give it a try. But where should I start? Yang Kai pursed his lips. Didn't I just give you so many source crystals? Throw them at them. They just suffered a calamity and need a lot of source crystals for their cultivation. With source crystals, there's no need to be afraid that they won't submit. Hua Qingxi glared at him. Your source crystals didn't grow on trees. How can you just give them to them for free? However, if they can make some contributions to the High Heaven Palace, perhaps I can reward them with some source crystals. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Big Sister Hua had just taken over the role of chief steward, yet she had already entered the zone. She knew that she had to think about the High Heaven Palace and himself. Sure enough, he had not misjudged her. Moreover, she came from Star Soul Palace, so she was much more familiar with the management of a large sect than anyone else. It was best for her to manage the early development of the High Heaven Palace. Do what you think is best. This palace master will allow you to act as you see fit. Yang Kai said happily. Hua Qingxi snorted. If I do this well, I will be rewarded. If you want a horse to run, you have to make it eat grass. Good, good, good. When the time comes, you can have whatever reward you want. Yang Kai readily agreed. I'll remember what you said. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled before turning to look in the direction of Thousand Leaf Peak. Is Yihen about to break through to the Emperor realm? Who else could it be? Yang Kai also looked in that direction. Above Thousand Leaf Peak, world energy was converging as the dance of wild dragons crashed down. The momentum was astonishing. Hua Qingxi asked curiously, I remember that Yihen just entered seclusion not long ago. How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough? Perhaps he has found his own Tao. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His own Tao. Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment before her eyes flashed. I'll go take a look. Do you want to come? Yang Kai shook his head. He had just returned from that place and knew about Yihen's situation, so there was no need for him to investigate. However, it was also good for Hua Qingxi to go take a look. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, it was a good time to win over the hearts of the people when Yihen was about to break through to the Emperor realm. 5 Sacred Peak, the main peak where Guizhou Qiyu and the others currently resided. The so-called 5 Sacred Peaks were naturally their 5 sworn brothers and sisters. Although Chai, whose whereabouts were unknown, Guizhou and the others had not forgotten his location. When Yang Kai arrived, the 4 of them seemed to be in seclusion. When the 4 of them first met Yang Kai in Sky Crane City, they were only in the First Order Tao Source realm. After a few years of cultivation in Thousand Leaves Sect, they had reached the peak of the First Order Tao Source realm. After all, Thousand Leaves Sect did not have a very good cultivation environment. 5 Sacred Peaks environment was extraordinary, even better than Thousand Leaves Peak. The peak was extremely tall and majestic, and only the 4 of them resided there. It was like a dragon returning to the sea, giving off an indescribable sense of freedom. Yang Kai released his divine sense and let the 4 of them sense it. His figure flickered as he arrived at a palace on the peak. Although no one cleaned this palace all year round, it was still spotless due to the protection of the spirit array. Not long after, one figure after another shot in from the outside. Palace Master. The four of them cupped their fists. Although Chi Yu and Ai were technically Yang Kai's seniors, since they had already entered the High Heaven Palace, they naturally had to abide by the rules of the High Heaven Palace. Sit. Yang Kai called out before sitting down cross-legged on the floor of the palace. The four of them glanced at each other but did not pay him any mind and sat down on the floor, forming a circle. Yang Kai casually shook his hand and sent 4 space rings flying towards the four of them. There are 20 million high-rank source crystals, 100 million mid-rank source crystals, 1 billion low-rank source crystals, and some spirit pills I refined. Take these and cultivate. If you don't have enough, you can go find Hua Qingxi. She still has some source crystals, Yang Kai explained. The eyes of the four lit up, and they did not hesitate to put the space rings away. They were all people who had come from the same territory as Yang Kai, so there was naturally no need for them to be polite. However, they were still shocked by Yang Kai's generosity. All these years, they had been vexed by the lack of cultivation resources. Even if they were to stay in Thousand Leaves sect, they could not obtain too many cultivation resources. However, Yang Kai was able to easily give away such a huge amount of resources. Compared to him, the four of them were as poor as beggars. With such a large amount of source crystals, they would not be able to use it all up even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. All of them were very excited and felt that the hard times were finally over. All of you came to the star boundary with me and have suffered a lot over the years, causing your cultivations to fall behind. Now, all you need to do is seize the opportunity to improve. There is no need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, when the people from the star boundary arrive, all of you don't want to be surpassed by them. How is that possible? That group of brats. Ai curled his lips in disdain. In the territory of the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters. Even if the people from the star boundary really came, there was no reason for them to cultivate faster than him. Chiyu smiled. Second brother, don't be so sure. Yang Kai's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Ai looked embarrassed. Who can compare to him? They had all come to the star boundary together. But Yang Kai was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while they were still in the First-Order Dao Source Realm. There was an entire great realm gap between them. Could it be that they did not have enough cultivation resources? When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it. Gu Tsang-yun smiled bitterly. Guizhu also nodded. Yang Kai continued, that is why I have prepared a big gift for all of you. The four of them pinched the space rings in their hands and asked suspiciously, isn't this? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing at the void. Immediately, several large banners filled with Yin Qi appeared in his hand. These banners were filled with Yin Qi, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Only Guizhu's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, this is the Netherworld Purgatory banners of the Eastern Territories Netherworld sect. Yang Kai explained. The Netherworld Purgatory banners in his hand were the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Netherworld sect disciples. One of them was even an emperor artifact, a relic of the Netherworld sect elder Hua Feichen. Although the others were not emperor artifacts, they were still Dao source grade. Netherworld sect disciples would cultivate the Netherworld Purgatory banners with their hearts and souls from the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that this thing was their life-bound artifact. If the banner was destroyed, they would die. This thing was useless in the hands of others, but it was different in the hands of Guizhu. Yang Kai did not know what secret art Guizhu cultivated, but it was definitely similar to the Netherworld sect's secret art. Guizhu's artifact was the 10,000 soul banner, which was similar to the Netherworld Purgatory banners. Therefore, Yang Kai had been keeping these Netherworld Purgatory banners, waiting for the day he could give them to Guizhu to help him improve his strength. Trembling, Guizhu took the Netherworld purgatory banners from Yang Kai's hands. The ghost chi on his body suddenly surged, and his flickering eyes became much brighter. Although he had never cultivated the netherworld sect's secret arts, he could feel that these netherworld purgatory banners would be of great use to him. And these, Yang Kai took out a few jade slips and handed them to Gui Zhu. Gui Zhu took them curiously and scanned them with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised. Good. With these, this old master will be able to break through to the second-order Tao source realm in a few days. These jade slips recorded none other than some of the netherworld sect's secret arts, which were very suitable for Gui Zhu. If they complemented each other with the netherworld purgatory banners, Gui Zhu's strength would skyrocket in a very short time. Chapter 27:19. After all, source crystals and pills were external objects, while secret arts were the foundation of a cultivator. Gui Zhu was naturally overjoyed to obtain the netherworld sect's secret arts. Yang Kai turned to look at Qiyu. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. The monster race has very few secret arts. Don't tell me you've also prepared one for me. Of course not, but I have this. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Rolling demonic chi instantly filled the hall, causing everyone's expression to change. A monster core. Qiyu exclaimed as she picked up a monster core and felt it, her expression changing again. A 12th order monster core. A 12th order monster core could only be formed inside a 12th order monster beast, equivalent to the human race's the Emperor realm. Any one of them was priceless and difficult for ordinary people to see. This is also a 12th order monster core. AIO also picked up a monster core with a shocked expression. This is a 10th order. This is an 11th order. Gu Songyun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There were over 1,000 monster cores in front of him, all of which were 10th order and above monster cores. At least 10% were 12th order monster cores, and 10% was equivalent to 100 monster cores, a terrifying number. I know that your monster race cultivates differently from humans, but with the help of these monster cores, seniors' cultivation should be twice as fast. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu and said. Qiyu felt dizzy as she stared at the monster cores in disbelief. Where did you get so many monster cores? I picked them up. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiyu couldn't help but glare at him. How could these things be picked up so casually? She thought Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. But in fact, these monster cores were really picked up by Yang Kai. He had picked them up in the beast tomb of the ancient wild lands. What's more, he had picked up over 1 million monster cores, so what did a mere 1,000 monster cores count for? If Qiyu knew the true number of monster cores in Yang Kai's hands, she would likely go crazy. In this world, only the beast tombs of the ancient wild lands had such a huge amount of monster cores. Without asking any more questions, Qiyu excitedly put away the inner cores. Just as Yang Kai had said, the monster clan's cultivation was different from that of humans. Most of them directly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the inner cores of other demons. With the assistance of so many inner cores, Qiyu's future cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. Senior Gu, these are a few sets of Sword Dao's secret techniques. They are not too profound. You can cultivate them for the time being. If there are better ones in the future, I will help you find them. Yang Kai took out a few more jade slips. He handed it over to Gu Songyun. Gu Songyun was the alliance master of the Sword Union in the territory of his homeland and cultivated the Sword Dao, so these Sword Dao's secret techniques were undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Yang Kai had killed so many people from the Emperor realm and obtained so many spoils of war. It wasn't difficult for him to find a few decent Sword Dao secret arts. Gu Songyun took a look at it, and his eyes lit up. This is much better than what this Gu cultivated before. the sword Tao that he had come into contact with before. At most, it was at the Tao's source grade. But what Yang Kai took out were all relics from the Emperor realm, so they were naturally better than what he had cultivated before. Finally, it was AIO's turn. Yang Kai also gave him a few sets of matching secret arts and secret techniques. Everyone was overjoyed. They felt like they had suddenly changed from bird guns to cannons. But this was not the end. When Yang Kai took out a group of star sources, everyone was completely shocked. One had to know that star sources could only be born on a cultivation star. A complete group of star sources was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivation star. These people had been in the star boundary for many years and knew how rare star sources were in the star boundary. Chi Yu and the others had always secretly regretted not refining the star sources when they were in the territory of their homeland. As a result, they didn't have the chance when they came to the star boundary. It was just that refining the star sources was too dangerous at that time. So no one dared to be so ruthless. Only AIO succeeded. But now, Yang Kai actually had one in his hand and gave one to each of them while also teaching them the star refining art. AIO was a star master himself, so he didn't need the star sources. After busying himself, he helped Chi Yu and Gu Songyun refine the star sources. 3 days later, the three opened their eyes with joy on their faces. With star sources, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way, martial Tao, and principal strength, which would be of great help to their future growth and advancement. Yang Kai's actions today were enough to increase the efficiency of their cultivation by 10 times or even 100 times, saving them a lot of time. And do any of you have any doubts or questions about your cultivation? If so, we can discuss them together. After giving out the big gift, Yang Kai looked around at everyone. Everyone understood that this so-called discussion was nothing more than Yang Kai's humble way of saying it. He just wanted to answer some of their cultivation questions. So, without hesitation, they all began to speak. Inside the hall, everyone answered questions and answers as time passed slowly. Are all the people inside dead? Get out here. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly exploded outside the high heaven palace. The speaker seemed to have summoned his strength, so his voice traveled hundreds of kilometers, echoing between the mountains and peaks, lingering in the air. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the mountain gate. A strand of his divine sense quietly spread out and soon saw the situation outside. Outside the mountain gate, in front of the sect defending array, an exquisite ship was suspended midair. This ship was extremely beautiful, and although it was not an Emperor artifact, it was still a Tao source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, on the mast of this ship, there was a large banner with the word Yao written on it. At this moment, a boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old was standing on the deck of this ship, staring angrily at the plaque of the High Heaven Palace. Although this boy was young, he had the cultivation of the First Order Tao source realm, which really surprised Yang Kai. The voice just now was obviously from him, but he used some kind of secret technique or artifact to make his voice travel so far. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of the High Heaven Palace with his First Order Tao source realm cultivation? Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly noticed something and took out his communication artifact. After a quick check, he saw Hua Qingxi's message, Palace Master. It seems that someone is here to cause trouble. She had obviously heard the boy's voice too. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and he replied, It's just a little brat. Deal with him as you see fit. Now that Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to intervene. What's more, the other party was only from the First Order Tao source realm, so He didn't know what he was relying on. It was best to let Hua Qingxi deal with him. When Qiyu and the others saw him taking out his communication compass and sending messages for a while, they all asked what happened. Nothing. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue. Yang Kai said and put away his communication artifact. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any more questions and immediately continued to discuss cultivation with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and took out his communication artifact again. After checking it with his divine sense, a look of surprise appeared on his face. If there's something, Palace Master should deal with it. The High Heaven Palace has just been established, so it's not good to make enemies easily, AIO said. Then I'll go over. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and left the hall in a flash. After a few leaps, he arrived at the mountain gate. Hua Qingxi was here, and she was looking at the young man outside the spirit array from afar. What surprised Yang Kai was that the young man, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Hua Qingxi, an Emperor Realm Master. Instead, he had an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the young man looked him up and down and said casually, "This is your High Heaven Palace's Palace Master?" "That's right." Hua Qingxi nodded. "This is our High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang Kai. If you have anything to say, you can speak with him." "You're nothing special. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms." The young man curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. This strange attitude inexplicably angered Yang Kai, but he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the young man's level and simply chuckled. "You said you're from Medicine Core Valley? What proof do you have?" It was precisely because Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that the young man claimed to be a disciple of Medicine Core Valley that Yang Kai had rushed over. The young man didn't answer, and instead pointed at the large flag behind him and coldly snorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see the words?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed, and he had the urge to beat the young man up, but thinking about Medicine Core Valley, he restrained himself and solemnly said, "What can a single word prove? You're not joking, right?" The young man's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "Where did you come from? You country bumpkin? You don't even recognize the symbol of my Medicine Core Valley, and you still have the face to establish your own sect. You actually called me a country bumpkin?" Yang Kai only felt his anger rising like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The young man, however, didn't notice and jumped onto the mast, pulling the large flag open and fluttering it in the wind, loudly saying, "Open your eyes and look carefully. There's no one in the entire Northern Territory who doesn't recognize this flag." "Ha ha." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "This Palace Master recognizes it now." He transmitted his voice to Hua Qingxi. "I really want to beat this kid up." Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly replied, "Palace Master, don't be impulsive. If he really is from Medicine Core Valley, we can't offend him. We still have to make a living in the Northern Territory in the future. If not, why do you think I'd tolerate him so much?" Yang Kai was furious. A young man, a large flag, and the word medicine were not enough to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. But the words Medicine Core Valley carried a lot of weight. This was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated in seclusion. It was the holy land in the hearts of millions of cultivators in the entire Northern Territory. Although the wondrous pill great emperors didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't establish a sect like the other great emperors, only living in seclusion in Medicine Core Valley. This didn't stop the cultivators in the Northern Territory from revering and worshiping him. In the Northern Territory, if one offended the wondrous pill great emperors or Medicine Core Valley, it would definitely be difficult to move forward. Not to mention the supreme cultivation of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even the entire Northern Territory cultivator wouldn't tolerate it. The young man jumped down from the mast and stood at the front of the deck, hands on his waist, and said in a domineering manner, "It's good that you recognize it. Remember it well. Maybe we'll meet often in the future." Chapter 27:20. Deal? What deal? Yong Kai's expression darkened slightly. He also held great respect for Medicine Core Valley, not to mention that he had obtained the inheritance of the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors Gong Sun Mu and had some relationship with Medicine Core Valley. Just the fact that he was one of the great emperors was enough for Yong Kai to take him seriously. But that was before. If Medicine Core Valley's people were as arrogant and condescending as this young man, then it was not worth Yong Kai's attention. "You will naturally know when the time comes," the young man replied impatiently. Yong Kai frowned and said, "If you are from Medicine Core Valley, what are you doing in my High Heaven Palace?" The High Heaven Palace had just been established and had nothing to do with Medicine Core Valley. So Yong Kai naturally found it strange that such a person would suddenly appear. "Do you think I want to come here?" The young man sneered, cupped his fists, and bowed to the void, saying loudly, "I am here on the orders of my master to buy medicine." "Buy medicine." Yong Kai and Hua Qingxi looked at each other with blank expressions. Is there something wrong with this little brat? Why would he come to my High Heaven Palace to buy medicine? Yong Kai secretly transmitted his voice. Hua Qingxi was also not sure. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him, although he is a bit annoying. Maybe there really is something wrong with him. TSK, TSK. So pitiful. If there really is something wrong with him, then maybe his identity is fake. And that makes sense. "Hey, you two, what are you secretly talking about?" Seeing Yong Kai and Hua Qingxi not answering for a long time, the young man swept his eyes over them and found that the two of them were secretly communicating with each other with their divine sense, and the way they looked at him became strange. He immediately became annoyed. "He, nothing," Yong Kai grinned and said. "Then dare I ask, little brother, what kind of medicine do you want to buy in my High Heaven Palace?" The young man flicked his hand, and a jade slip flew straight over. With a slight thought, Yong Kai slightly opened the sect protecting Grand Array, allowing the jade slip to pass through and grab it in his hand. He immersed his divine will into it and took a look. His expression suddenly became strange. This jade slip really did record a lot of spirit herbs. There was a dazzling array of over 1,000 kinds of spirit herbs, each with different grades. Many of them were even emperor-grade spirit herbs, which were extremely valuable. The young man said, 10 years ago, my master gave a copy of this list to the Seeking Passion sect and asked them to collect it on his behalf. Now that the deadline has come, my master ordered me to come and purchase it. Do you understand now?" Yong Kai suddenly understood and said, "Is there such a thing?" This young man wasn't sick. He really came here to buy herbs. However, what he wanted to buy was the spirit herbs he had collected for the Seeking Passion sect. Although there were a lot of spiritual herbs on the list, and they were all very valuable, the Seeking Passion sect was a large sect. He should have collected everything in 10 years. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by Yong Kai. The young man could only look for Yong Kai. The young man said, "It's not just the Seeking Passion sect. All the top sects in the Northern Territory have cooperated with our Medicine Core Valley. Every 10 years, we update our list. When the time comes, our Medicine Core Valley will send someone to collect it." All of them are working together? Yong Kai was shocked. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yong Kai understood that Medicine Pill Valley's actions were indeed saving time and effort. Moreover, with the reputation of the wondrous pill great emperors, the other great sects of the Northern Territory would certainly be happy to do so. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with Medicine Pill Valley, and in the future, when they needed alchemy services, they would naturally be able to get closer to them. The youth said, "That's right. Now that the Seeking Passion sect has been destroyed by you, then all the spirit herbs collected by the Seeking Passion sect over the past 10 years must be in your hands. Find them for me. I want to bring them back to report to my master." He said it so seriously that it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. However, just to be on the safe side, he still said, "Just wait." Now that he was the palace master, and the other party was just a young man with no proof of identity, he couldn't just believe what others said. If he was deceived by this young man, it would be too shameful. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that it was better to verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. "Where are you going, bastard?" The young man was furious. He thought that once he reported his identity as a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, the other party would immediately respectfully invite him in to rest and serve him with good food and drinks. However, he didn't expect that the other party would just stand outside and not even let him in. The sect protecting Grand Array was also activated, guarding against him, as if he was a thief. He couldn't help but angrily say, "Good, good, good. High Heaven Palace treats its guests like this and looks down on my Medicine Core Valley. When I return, I will definitely report this matter to my master. In the future, don't even think about asking for a single pill from my Medicine Core Valley." Hua Qingxi hurriedly comforted him. "Young master, please calm down. My palace master has always been in such a hurry. He didn't mean to slight you." Coming from a large sect, she knew that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Although this young man only had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source Realm and was young, if he really returned to Medicine Core Valley and said a few bad words about High Heaven Palace, it might cause some trouble. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she naturally wanted to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. "He didn't slight me." The young man pointed in the direction that Yang Kai left and roared. "Look at his attitude. How can this kind of person become a palace master? I think the High Heaven Palace can't have a foothold in the Northern Territory." He was young, but his tone was not small. It was as if one or two words could make the High Heaven Palace completely scram from the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi was helpless and couldn't refute. She didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so she could only silently watch the young man flip out. After speaking for a while, the young man's gaze turned, and he looked Hua Qingxi up and down. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Elder sister, what's your name?" Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile and said her name. The young man clapped and said, "Qingxi, good name, really good name. In my opinion, this High Heaven Palace won't last long. Elder sister, you don't have to suffer here. Why don't you come back to Medicine Core Valley with me?" Hua Qingxi laughed and said, "I don't know alchemy. Why would I go to Medicine Core Valley?" The young man smiled meaningfully and said, "Elder sister doesn't need to know alchemy. Knowing it is enough. As a woman, elder sister should know how to make a bed and fold a quilt, right? When the time comes, stay by my side. I guarantee that no one will drive you out of Medicine Core Valley. I am a Tao Source grade low-rank alchemist. In time, I will definitely become an Emperor Realm alchemist. TSK, TSK. Elder sister is really beautiful. Make a bed and fold a quilt." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth, and the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. She was from the Emperor Realm. Now, a little brat from the First Order Tao Source Realm actually asked her to make a bed and fold a quilt by his side. Moreover, he was looking at her and scrupulously with a lecherous expression. If it were anyone else, Hua Qingxi would have already rushed up and gouged out his eyeballs. But this person might be from Medicine Core Valley. Even though Hua Qingxi was angry, she could only endure it. However, the fact that the other party was a Tao Source grade low-rank alchemist really shocked Hua Qingxi. She secretly sighed that he was indeed from Medicine Core Valley. He had such achievements at such a young age. Elder sister, you have to think about it carefully. Such opportunities are rare. This young master's standards are very high. Not just any woman can enter his eyes. The young man didn't notice and still felt good about himself. Hua Qingxi said lightly, "Little brother is too kind. Elder sister's luck is not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to accept your kindness." This little brat actually dared to have ideas about her. Even if she really wanted to find a man, she would have to find someone like Yang Kai. How could she possibly be interested in him? The young man couldn't help but coldly snort, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." He was so sincere in his invitation, but this woman actually refused. She was really unreasonable and willing to degrade herself. Where did that Yang Kai go? Why isn't he back yet? The young man was rebuffed by Hua Qingxi and impatiently urged her. Hua Qingxi turned her head and said, "Who knows? Ooh. Hey, why are you here?" Beside the space array, Yang Kai had just appeared when he saw a familiar figure. Zhu Qing glared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes. Her towering chest heaved up and down violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You're hiding from me?" "Of course not." Yang Kai guiltily denied. "Why would I hide from you?" "You're hiding from me." It had been a few months, but Zhu Qing had not been able to find Yang Kai. If she had not been standing beside the space array, she would have thought that Yang Kai had teleported away. Today, she had finally managed to catch Kai Yang after suffering for so long. "I already said no. Why are you so long-winded?" Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way. I need to go out." Zhu Qing did not say a word and simply stood in front of him and said vigilantly, "Where are you going?" "I'll follow you." "I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. I'll be back soon." Yang Kai glared at her. "Why are you following me? Didn't you go to Ice Heart Valley last time? Why are you going again this time?" "Someone came and said he wanted to buy some medicine. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley to ask if this is the case." "Damn. Why am I telling you this? I can't explain it clearly." Just as he was speaking, the space array in front of him suddenly emitted a layer of light, and a blurry figure appeared on the array. Someone was teleporting over. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked over at the same time. The figure soon appeared, revealing Ji Yao's face. "Yao, you came just in time. I was just about to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask something." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I also have something to tell you." Ji Yao walked down from the space array and looked at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. Medicine Pill Valley's 10-year deadline for collecting medicine is up, and there may be some disciples from Medicine Pill Valley coming here soon. Honored Master ordered me to tell you that if they come, you must treat them with courtesy and not offend them. If you want to collect any medicine, hand it over to them. Medicine Pill Valley will not let you suffer a loss." So there really is such a thing. Yang Kai scratched his face. He had heard from that young man that Medicine Pill Valley was cooperating with all the great sects in the Northern Territory, so he immediately wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask about the situation. If there really was such a thing, Ice Heart Valley would definitely know about it, so he could determine the identity of that young man. But how could he have known that Ji Yao would teleport over before he could even go there? Naturally, there is. Now, a disciple from Medicine Pill Valley has gone to Ice Heart Valley. Why do you have such an expression? It's nothing. Someone from my side has also come. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Where is he? Ji Yao asked curiously. He's still outside the sect. Ji Yao glared at him and said, "Why haven't you invited him in yet?" I'm going. Yang Kai turned around and returned to his original spot. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious and hurried to catch up. Ji Yao frowned and also turned into a stream of light and quickly followed. Chapter 27-21. In the next few days, the temperature will drop sharply. So friends, pay attention to keeping warm. You're finally back. Where are the spirit medicines I want? Outside the sect, seeing Yang Kai return, the young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There are many kinds of medicines on the jade slip, so I won't be able to sort them all out in a short time. Little brother, please come in and rest for a while. I will find the spirit medicines you need." Saying so, he opened the sect defending array and signaled to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi understood and gestured. "Little brother, this way, please." Humph! The young man coldly snorted and swaggered into High Heaven Palace on his ship, looking down at Yang Kai and saying, "I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. The spirit medicines listed on the list, whether it's the year, type, or quantity, can't be wrong, or else you'll have to face the consequences." I know. Yang Kai nodded impatiently. Although this matter had nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, the seeking passion sex things were indeed in his hands. Since he wanted to buy them, Yang Kai would sell them to him. It could also be considered a good karma with Medicine Pill Valley. It's good that you know. The young man was about to say a few more words when his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared straight at the two beautiful figures that suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. His eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly put away his ship, stepping on the void a few times before arriving behind Yang Kai. He looked at Ji Yao and Zhu Qing with a smile before finally fixing his eyes on Zhu Qing and politely asking, "This one is Li Xian. May I ask for this elder sister's name?" He was overjoyed in his heart. His master didn't let him go to Ice Heart Valley and instead sent him to High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect that there would be so many beauties in this damned place. One after another, it was a dazzling sight, especially this elder sister, her breasts, that waist, TSK. The elder sister next to her was also not bad, although she was a bit cold. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with his master's decision. She had actually allowed her brother to go to Ice Heart Valley and experience the elegance of many beautiful women, but now she no longer had any complaints. Although there were many women in Ice Heart Valley, none of them were so outstanding. Yang Kai shuddered. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He sized up the youth from head to toe and thought to himself, "I really can't tell that this kid is actually a pervert. She was already like this at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up?" Zhu Qing didn't say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Not only was the young man not annoyed, he even said with a bashful face, "Sister, I'm talking to you." Only then did Zhu Qing look at him leisurely and say, "Get lost." As soon as he said this, the young man's face instantly flushed red. Yang Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. This youth called Li Xian didn't look like a decent person at a glance, but he had the status of a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. Zhu Qing's words might anger him. Just as he was thinking about how to remedy the situation, Li Xian took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said with a bewitched expression, Good. Sister, please say a few more words." Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Ji Yao and Hua Qingxi also had strange expressions on their faces. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Do you believe I won't beat you?" Zhu Qing's eyes turned cold. The young man suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had received great satisfaction. He couldn't even breathe properly and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. His already red face became even redder. "Does this kid like this kind of thing?" Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi in amazement. He transmitted his voice. "You're asking me how I know?" Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Really, when the forest is big, all kinds of birds can fly. Returning to his senses, he said to Hua Qingxi, "Sister Hua, take this little brother to rest for a while. I'll go sort out those medicinal ingredients." "Yes," Hua Qingxi nodded, and gestured to Li Xian again. "Little brother, this way, please." "No, no, no." Li Xian raised his hand at Hua Qingxi. His eyes were like leeches biting onto Zhu Qing as he said, "I don't want you. I want this sister to take care of me." Hua Qingxi's expression turned cold as she cursed in her heart. Just a moment ago, this kid had asked her to follow him, to make his bed. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was looking down on her. What did she have? Wasn't it just her breasts? Damn, they were really big. "You're courting death." Zhu Qing glared at him coldly. Li Xian's face was as bright as the sun as he smiled brightly. "Since sister is willing to let me die, then I'll die for you to see." The youth was young, but he had a glib tongue. What he didn't know was that Zhu Qing really wanted to kill him. He was just a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he was a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Zhu Qing still had the guts to kill him. "As you wish." Zhu Qing snorted coldly and was about to attack. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing?" He turned around and stood in front of Zhu Qing. "Move aside." Zhu Qing glared at him angrily. "Hey, you still dare to throw a tantrum at me?" Yang Kai glared. Zhu Qing's aura immediately weakened. She frowned and said, "Move aside." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This person can't be killed." Zhu Qing said disdainfully, "Who can't be killed? In any case, this person can't be killed. He's from Medicine Pill Valley. If he kills me, I'll be in trouble. How about this? You can just patronize him. If it doesn't work, just ignore him. He's harboring ill intentions towards me, yet you're actually telling me to patronize him." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a pained expression. "He's just being mean. You didn't lose a single piece of meat. Last time, with you, cough, cough." He thought to himself, "I already did that to you, but you didn't try to kill me. Is my charm that great?" Zhu Qing blushed and turned away. "In any case, I'm not going to talk to him." All right. Just do me a favor and stand here. I'll sort out the herbs and chase him away in a while." "Hurry up," Zhu Qing said unhappily. "Qing, is the best." Yang Kai flattered before immediately running away. Zhu Qing blushed again, causing Li Xian's heart to surge. He wished he could hold her hand and grow old together with her. After arriving at a secluded place, Yang Kai took out the jade slips Li Xian had given him before and began rummaging through his space ring one by one. After destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he had packed up all of its materials. If the Seeking Passion sect really collected herbs for Medicine Pill Valley, then Yang Kai would definitely be able to find them. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed found them. Regardless of the year or type, there was no difference. In fact, there was even a slight surplus in terms of quantity. Among the thousands of herbs, there was no lack of emperor-grade spirit medicines. So Yang Kai was a little reluctant to hand them over. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so these spirit medicines were useful to him. However, with his current wealth, these spirit medicines were not of much use to him. Handing them over to Medicine Pill Valley would at least save him some trouble. Ji Yao also said that Medicine Pill Valley would not treat him unfairly and would purchase them at market price. Speaking of which, Medicine Pill Valley's reputation was related to the reputation of the great emperors of the wondrous Pill Valley, so it was naturally impossible for them to bully the weak and embezzle source crystals. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai had finished sorting out all the herbs. Just as he was about to hand them over and drive Li Xian away, his communication artifact suddenly vibrated again. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself before taking out his communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Space principles fluctuated, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the mountain gate. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw the young man named Li Xian sitting on the ground with a horrified expression on his face, his hand covering his cheek. There was a clear handprint on his clean cheek, and his mouth was full of blood. Zhu Qing was standing not far in front of him, a cold, murderous intent enveloping him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical moment of life and death, he discovered that his Medicine Pill Valley disciples' protective robes had no effect at all. The aura of death surged towards him, causing him to shiver from head to toe. Ji Yao stood there with an indifferent expression, looking at Li Xian without the slightest bit of sympathy. Hua Qingxi held the communication artifact in her hand, at a loss for what to do. Yang Kai's sudden appearance immediately extinguished Zhu Qing's anger. Only then did the Dragon Lady recall Yang Kai's previous warning, and an uneasy expression appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at Li Xian coldly before turning to Zhu Qing and asking, "What's wrong?" Zhu Qing's red lips squirmed a few times, but she did not say a word. "Sister Hua, please speak." Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, "This little brat tried to take advantage of Sister Qing, but after Sister Qing avoided him, he continued to push his luck. Sister Qing was so angry that she taught him a lesson. From the perspective of a woman, Hua Qingxi wanted to praise Zhu Qing and felt that she had not beaten her enough. Even if she did not kill her, she should have crippled her cultivation. But from the perspective of High Heaven Sect's chief steward, Hua Qingxi knew how much trouble Zhu Qing's slap had brought to the sect, so she could not help feeling a little worried. Took advantage of her? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Nonsense! That's not true!" Li Xian shouted. And for some reason, he suddenly became more confident as he stood up and said, "This is slander. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. How could I have the strength to take advantage of her?" "You still know that you're from the First Order Dao Source realm?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This brat had been arrogant and domineering the moment he arrived, as if he was from the Emperor realm and they were Dao Source realm cultivators. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Yang Kai angrily, shouting, "This woman hit me for no reason. I'm a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, so hitting me is equivalent to hitting Medicine Pill Valley. You're the palace master of High Heaven Palace, so I want you to give me an explanation, or I won't let this matter rest." "You want an explanation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, calmly asking, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Li Xian's expression turned ruthless as he turned to Zhu Qing and said, "I want you to cripple this slut's cultivation and let me deal with her." The difference in strength was too great, but if her cultivation was crippled, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Xian swore to himself that he would let this woman know the consequences of disobeying him. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and asked, "Did you really hit him?" Zhu Qing's expression dimmed as she whispered, "I couldn't hold back. I'm sorry." Chapter 27-22. Yang Kai had told Zhu Qing before that this boy was a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley, a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Now that she had slapped him, it would definitely bring trouble to the High Heaven Palace, and Yang Kai might even become angry with her. If that happened, she would not be able to complete her task. Zhu Qing felt uneasy in her heart, but she really couldn't bear the situation just now. "I was almost slapped to death by this bitch. Can't you see it?" The boy shouted hysterically, his face full of grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "I really can't see it." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and said, "Come here and let me see where she hit you." The boy jumped 3 feet high and rushed in front of Yang Kai, putting his face close and saying, my face. She actually slapped my face. Look at what she has done. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let this matter go." Yang Kai looked at the injuries on his face seriously, nodded slightly, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped the other side of the boy's face that was unscathed. Asterisk pa, asterisk with a crisp sound. The boy tumbled in the air, flipping more than a dozen times before falling heavily to the ground. In midair, a mouthful of teeth flew out, and almost half of them fell out. After landing heavily, stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he lay there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The girls were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Palace Master, Hua Qingxi was horrified. If Zhu Qing slapped this boy, it could be said that this boy brought shame to himself. But as the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai also slapped him. Then the situation was already serious to the point of no return. Yang Kai now represented the High Heaven Palace. Every move he made was of great importance. With this slap, wouldn't it mean that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the Medicine Pill Valley? Just thinking about it made her feel scared. As the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt very tired. However, she quickly felt relieved. When she saw that youth called Li Xian being sent flying, her heart was simply filled with boundless joy. This kid was too annoying. Next time you encounter something like this, don't hold back. Yang Kai glanced over at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded dumbly. She was a dragon lady. Her tyrannical strength was almost unstoppable. Previously, Yang Kai had almost suffered a great loss because of her. If he hadn't restrained himself, that slap would have been enough to kill Li Xian more than 10 times. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's previous warning that she had held back and only punished him slightly. Otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't have been alive. How dare you? Li Xian finally regained his senses and pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. As soon as he spoke, his words were unclear. You dare to hit me? So what if I hit you? Yang Kai waved his hand, and Li Xian immediately crawled on the ground, holding his head with both hands as he cried out in alarm. After waiting for a long time and seeing that nothing was happening, Li Xian secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He realized that he had been played. His face immediately flushed red, and he shouted angrily, I am a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. You dare to hit me? You're all dead. Don't you remember the pain? Yang Kai's expression turned fierce as he walked forward, lifted Li Xian up, and raised him in front of him. Li Xian struggled with all his strength, but with his strength, how could he escape from Yang Kai's grip? He shouted in horror, what are you doing? I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to slap him. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk, although Yang Kai didn't use his emperor's qi, Li Xian's strength was simply too great. However, just the strength alone was enough to make Li Xian feel like he was on the verge of death. After a few slaps, he was already crying bitterly and wailing endlessly. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him and raised his hand in front of Li Xian's face, glaring at him fiercely. Do you know how to speak properly now? Yes, yes, yes. Li Xian nodded repeatedly. He felt that he could no longer feel his cheeks, and from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see that his face was swollen. Go apologize. Yang Kai threw Li Xian to the side, right next to Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and her heartstrings were inexplicably moved. Was he venting for her? After all, with Yang Kai's current status, it was best to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Only then would he be able to pass his days peacefully. But he actually beat this brat up for no reason, and even made him apologize to her. Wasn't he annoyed with her, and kept avoiding her? What was he doing? For a moment, Zhu Qing's heart was in a mess. Li Xian staggered to his feet and obediently stood in front of Zhu Qing. He bowed deeply and said in a sincere voice, Elder sister, I'm sorry. This little brother was rude just now. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a child who doesn't know anything. Elder sister, please don't be angry." After being violently beaten up, Li Xian seemed to have changed into a completely different person. There was no need to mention how obedient and sensible he was. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "It's nothing." It was indeed nothing. This brat had wanted to touch her before, but she had dodged all of them. She hadn't suffered any losses at all. On the contrary, he had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. "Thank you for your magnanimity." "Elder sister." Li Xian's face was filled with gratitude. He then turned and walked in front of Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Elder brother, this little brother has already apologized. That elder sister has also forgiven me. You see," Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "and not bad. This child is worth teaching." Li Xian smiled and said, "Elder brother is too kind. If there's nothing else, this little brother will take his leave." "You don't want the spirit herbs?" Yang Kai looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Li Xian slapped his head and laughed dryly. "Ha, I almost forgot. This is a task given to me by honored master." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and through the space ring he had prepared earlier to him, the spirit herbs on the list are all in there. You can check them yourself. No need, no need. I trust elder brother's character," Li Xian said as he put away the space ring, took out another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the source crystals for the spirit herbs. Elder brother, check them." Yang Kai nodded and took the space ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked up at Li Xian and said, "This number is a bit low. Are you sure your honored master only gave you these source crystals?" The number of spirit herbs on the list was not low, and according to Yang Kai's estimation, they were worth at least 20 million high-rank source crystals. However, there were only 10 million source crystals in this space ring, and all of them were low-rank source crystals. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Xian was taken aback, but immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "I took the wrong one. This is what honored master told me to do." Saying so, he quickly gave Yang Kai a new space ring. The number of source crystals this time was correct, and there were even more, almost 25 million high-rank source crystals. It seemed that it was just as Ji Yao had said before. Although Medicine Pill Valley had asked the great sects of the Northern Territory to collect spirit herbs on their behalf, they would never let these sects suffer a loss. All the herbs would be purchased according to the price, and there would even be some left over. After all, this matter was related to the reputation of Medicine Pill Valley and the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so the disciples of Medicine Pill Valley did not dare act recklessly. However, Yang Kai knew that if Seeking Passion sect still existed, this boy named Li Xian would only need to pay the source crystals in the first space ring to buy the spirit herbs from them. Li Xian obviously wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai, and 25 million high-rank source crystals was not a small number. Therefore, he had prepared 2 sets of source crystals and 2 space rings. However, after being taught a lesson by Yang Kai, how could he dare to ask for food here? After completing the transaction, Li Xian immediately said goodbye, and Yang Kai naturally did not ask him to stay. The boy summoned his ship and flew up, looking very confident. If his cheeks were not swollen like a pig's head, he could be considered a handsome young man. Goodbye, big brothers and big sisters. Li Xian stood on the deck and waved enthusiastically. Have a good trip. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Li Xian quickly flew away on his ship, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and turned into an icy cold expression. What do you want to do? Ji Yao suddenly stood in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way. Her cold eyes were like sharp blades, piercing Yang Kai's heart and looking into the depths of his heart. This sudden action shocked Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing, not knowing what Ji Yao meant. I have nothing to do, so I'm going out for a stroll. Yang Kai looked up at the sky, not daring to look directly into Ji Yao's eyes. "I'll go with you," Ji Yao said. "I'm just going for a stroll. Why are you coming with me?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I also want to go for a stroll." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I miss women, so I'm going to find a brothel to have some fun. Do you want to come with me?" "Miss women?" Ji Yao sneered. "Good, come back to Ice Heart Valley with me. As long as you raise your arm and call for help, I guarantee that hundreds of Ice Heart Valley disciples will rush up and drown you." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That won't be necessary. Aren't Ice Heart Valley's disciples all focused on purity? What is there to avoid? I don't dare say anything else, but I have a few martial nieces who admire you. If you want, I can arrange it for you. I guarantee they will be willing." His martial aunt is really considerate. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and almost agreed, but then he noticed two pairs of fiery eyes staring at him from the side. He swallowed the words he was about to say and angrily said, "What's the point of being a virtuous girl? This young master likes those withered flowers in brothels. Playing with them is more enjoyable." "Enough!" Ji Yao trembled with anger. Although Yang Kai was just talking and hadn't really taken action, she still found it somewhat unacceptable. Moreover, listening to Yang Kai's words, it was as if he was a regular visitor to a brothel. "You're the one who's done enough. What are you trying to do? I already have a follower. If you also want to follow me, how am I supposed to live?" Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing frowned and said discontentedly, "Who are you talking about? Speak clearly." "I'm talking about you. Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai looked at her. Zhu Qing turned her head and whispered softly, "Do you think I want to? Don't try to confuse me." Ji Yao sneered softly. "You want to go to a brothel? You want to kill people to silence them, right?" "Silence them?" Hua Qingxi was shocked. "What do you mean by silence?" Chapter 27-23. As soon as Hua Qingxi said this, she suddenly came to a realization and looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Palace Master, you can't be thinking of suddenly wanting to silence someone for no reason." Thinking back to what had happened before, it was obvious who the target was. She couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. That person was a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. How could he think of killing someone to silence them? If he really did such a thing, Medicine Pill Valley wouldn't let it go. "What nonsense!" Yang Kai flatly denied. "There's no such thing. Yao, your imagination is quite rich. Then why don't you dare look at me?" Ji Yao coldly snorted. "Fine, I'll look at you. I'm not scared of you." Yang Kai turned his head, his eyes as wide as eggs as he viciously glared at Ji Yao. The beautiful eyes in front of him were clear and flawless, as white as a clear spring, his own shadow clearly reflected in them. Her long eyelashes were like dancing fairies, appearing even more pure and refined. "Humph!" Ji Yao coldly sneered. "You think staring at me doesn't make you feel guilty? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking about how you looked when you stripped naked in the Phoenix Luo Palace. That little brat isn't someone easy to deal with. On the surface, he was beaten up by you and became respectful, but in reality, he already hates you to death. He's young and too inexperienced, thinking he can get away with it by putting on an act. In fact, you and I both know he's holding back a bellyful of evil ideas and is preparing to go back to Medicine Pill Valley to complain about you. You want to kill him because there's no evidence, right?" Yang Kai calmly said, "It's already like this. What better solution do you have?" This time he didn't deny it, but he found it strange. Had he made it so obvious? How could Ji Yao see through his thoughts at a glance? "You still can't kill him." Ji Yao frowned. "If you really kill him, it'll be troublesome. Or rather, you shouldn't have beaten him up like that before, and now the problem has been exposed. It's fine if you don't want to solve it, but as a palace master, you actually act so recklessly." I shouldn't have hit him? Yang Kai jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't know where this little bastard came from. He was so presumptuous in my high heaven palace, touching my people, and even daring to speak rudely. You said that I shouldn't have hit him. I really wanted to kill him then and there. Letting him leave the high heaven palace alive is already a blessing. Who is your subordinate? Zhu Qing blushed. Anyway, that's what it means. Why are you being so calculative? Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. It's fine if he knows he's wrong, but I can't let him get away with it. Getting angry for a beauty. Although Ji Yao's mouth was full of praise, her eyes were full of ridicule. Do you men like this? This has nothing to do with some bullshit beauty. Yang Kai said seriously in a low voice. This is the attitude of a person. I don't blame you for hitting him just now. In that situation, even I wanted to hit him. Ji Yao pursed her lips, her attitude softening a little. But you shouldn't have killed him to silence him. I haven't done it yet. Didn't you stop me? Yang Kai curled his lips. If you had done it, then it would have been over. At that time, even if you were in the right, you would become unreasonable. Ji Yao sighed. I think you've been blinded by anger to do such a stupid thing. If you say so, then so be it. Kai Yang put on a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water posture, straightening his neck and allowing Ji Yao to lecture him. Ji Yao was both angry and amused. She said, You've been wandering the star boundary for so many years. Don't you know the mentality of these young people? He can't represent Medicine Pill Valley. He's just a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Second-generation disciple. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Ji Yao nodded and explained. Medicine Pill Valley is the cultivation place of the wondrous pill great emperors. His several direct disciples are the first generation. All of them were pill emperors with extremely profound attainments in the art of alchemy. The wondrous pill, great emperor, had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. His personal disciples had accepted them as disciples. His direct disciples are the second generation. That Li Xian is naturally one of them. So, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was only afraid of the wondrous pill great emperors. If it was really as Ji Yao said, then it really wasn't a big deal. This Li Xian was a generation away from the wondrous pill great emperors. He could only rely on a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. And pill emperor. He was also an pill emperor. Who was afraid of who? What's more, today's matter was Li Xian asking for humiliation. Relying on his identity as a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, he was too arrogant and despotic. If his master was reasonable, he would not blame Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace. Of course, he couldn't expect Li Xian to thank him. His disciple had been taught a lesson, so he would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. If he was a narrow-minded person, he might even come looking for trouble. If that's the case, do you still want to silence him? Ji Yao asked. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? What do you mean by silencing people? How could you say something so terrifying? This palace master sweeps the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants. So how could I do such a thing? The three women rolled their eyes, in unison. Although there's no need to worry too much, we still need to be on guard. I'll return to Ice Heart Valley first and help you inquire about this matter. Li Xian's brother is currently in Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao thought about it and said, All right. Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao turned around and left. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and said, You've been hiding for so long. What are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? A ripple suddenly appeared in the air, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The ripple spread out and revealed the figure of the Southern Gate Army. Palace Masters Divine, might is unparalleled. Southern Gate is in awe. The Southern Gate Army walked over with a flattering smile. Stop flattering me. What's the matter? Yang Kai glanced at him. This guy had been hiding here all this time. Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do, but Yang Kai didn't care. Now that the Southern Gate Army was the chief array master of High Heaven Palace, it was naturally impossible for them to harm him. The Southern Gate Army immediately said, "Subordinate has prepared some good things for Palace Master." What good things? The Southern Gate Army grinned meaningfully and said mysteriously, "Please take a look, Palace Master. Kill, 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 kill." On the deck of the ship, Li Xian wore a bitter expression as he constantly cursed in a low voice. Today's encounter was simply a great humiliation. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, his status was noble, and he was destined to become an Emperor Realm alchemist in the future. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Ji Yao said, on the surface he had been acting arrogant and respectful, but in reality, he had been plotting how to take revenge. It wasn't until he flew out of an uninhabited mountain valley that he controlled the ship to descend. Putting away his flight-type artifact, Li Xian's bitter expression became extremely twisted as he felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He viciously slammed his palm towards a rock in front of him, causing it to fly into the air. Flying through the cloud of dust, Li Xian wantonly unleashed his strength, seemingly venting all his anger and grievances. After a long time, Li Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Taking out some healing pills from his space ring and swallowing them, his eyes darted around a few times before he gloomily declared, "All of you must die." Saying so, Li Xian took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from this mountain valley, at the headquarters of the Northern Territory's top sect, Fire Dragon Palace, was a place filled with rich world energy aura. This place covered an area of no more than a dozen acres, but even in Fire Dragon Palace, it was a restricted area. Besides Palace Master Li Jiao, only a few elders were qualified to set foot here. Because this was a precious spirit medicine garden, there were not many spirit medicines cultivated in this medicine garden, only about 100 or so, but each of them was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, an extremely rare existence. The entire medicine garden was filled with world energy aura and a rich medicinal fragrance. If an ordinary cultivator came here, they would only need to take a whiff to greatly improve their cultivation. At this moment, in a pavilion next to this medicine garden, 3 people were sitting around a table. The person on the left was dressed in a purple robe and had a graceful and luxurious appearance. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, and wild hair. He was the Fire Dragon Palace's palace master, Li Jiao. The person on the right also had an extraordinary bearing. He looked to be around 40 years old, but his true age was unknown. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was Mi Qi, the sect master of another top sect in the Northern Territory, the Mi Tian sect. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. Ever since Yang Kai destroyed Seeking Passion sect, these two sects had become very close. Just as Bing Yun said, they were quite afraid of Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace, so naturally they wanted to stay together for warmth. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the second-order Emperor realm, one realm lower than Li Jiao and Mi Qi, but from his demeanor and words, it could be seen that Li Jiao and Mi Qi were extremely respectful to this person, even trying to curry favor with him. In this world, there were not many people who could make 2 great emperors act so respectfully and carefully, but the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill great emperors was qualified. This person was the last disciple of the Wondrous Pill great emperors, the 5th-ranked disciple, Alchemist Jiying. Naturally, it was impossible for Medicine Pill Valley to let a disciple like Li Xian take charge of collecting herbs every 10 years. This time, Jiying was supposed to lead the team and visit the other sects one by one, But just as Jing arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace and collected the herbs collected by the Fire Dragon Palace over the past 10 years, he encountered some delays and could only send 2 of his disciples to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace. He also knew that his disciple Li Xian was a bit lecherous, so he sent his other disciple to Ice Heart Valley to prevent this boy from falling into a field of flowers and affecting his cultivation. However, being lecherous was not a big problem. Young people were hot-blooded and learned alchemy in Medicine Pill Valley all year round, so it was normal for them to be curious about women. In his opinion, the 2 disciples he accepted were excellent seedlings. As long as he gave them some guidance, even if their future achievements were not as good as his, they would not be too far behind. Moreover, their usual performance was good, so he was quite assured about their safety. Chapter 27-24. The pavilion was filled with the fragrance of tea as the 3 of them sat around a table, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's flattery made Ji Ying feel both physically and mentally happy. He waved his hands and laughed loudly. After an unknown amount of time, a strange sound suddenly came from somewhere in the medicine garden. Although this sound was soft, how could the 3 of them not notice it as they were all masters of the Emperor realm? Ji Ying suddenly stood up and looked towards a certain direction in the medicine garden with an excited expression. The spirit flower is about to bloom. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Li Jiao said, "Grandmaster Ji's eyes are really sharp. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji this time, I'm afraid this Li wouldn't have known that this spirit flower would bloom so soon." Mi Qi smiled and said, "Grandmaster Ji is an alchemist emperor and a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. He knows the world's spirit flowers and herbs like the back of his hand. How can you compare to him? If I really asked you to take care of the spirit flower, I'm afraid you would miss the best time for it to bloom and waste it for nothing." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. "Brother Mi Qi is right. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji's reminder, I'm afraid such a precious spirit flower would have been wasted. Since the spirit flower is about to bloom, why don't we go and take a look?" "Good, good, good." Ji Ying nodded excitedly and took the lead to walk in that direction. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at a certain part of the medicine garden. There was only one spirit flower here, and it was about a foot tall. What was surprising was that this spirit flower actually exuded a strange aura. If Zhu Qing or Yang Kai were here, they would definitely be able to tell that this aura was dragon qi at a glance. However, this dragon qi was relatively thin and not as pure as the dragon qi they emitted when they stimulated the dragon race's origin source. Even so, it was still an extremely amazing thing. After all, this was just a spirit flower. Strangely enough, not only did this spirit flower exude a faint dragon qi, but from its appearance, it seemed to be a giant dragon that had shrunk countless times. On the rhizome, tiny dragon scales were vivid and lifelike. There were also dragon claws and dragon tails on the dragon head. A blood-red flower bud was gently unfolding and waiting to bloom. It was like a nimble butterfly that was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Ji Ying stood 10 meters away from this stalk of spirit herb, holding his breath and concentrating. They watched nervously. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. Instead, he was waiting for a child to be born. Li Jiao looked at the spirit flower that was about to bloom with a proud expression and secretly gave Mi Qi a look. Mi Qi immediately asked, "Master Mi, is the dragon blood flower really that precious? What do you know?" Ji Ying was concentrating on looking ahead. When he heard Mi Qi's words, he subconsciously reprimanded him. However, he quickly realized that the person who spoke was not a disciple who had always been by his side. Instead, it was the sect master of a large sect. His tone softened a little. He explained, "You are not alchemists, so you naturally don't know how rare this dragon blood flower is. However, Palace Master Li has always been using blood essence to nurture this dragon blood flower, so you must have some understanding of it." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "I am also confused and don't know much about it. I still need Master Mi to explain." After taking care of it for several hundred years, how could he not know? However, at this moment, he naturally had to pretend that he didn't know and satisfy the other's vanity. Ji Ying nodded and said, "The dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island. In this world, only Dragon Island has it. Don't you think it's precious?" Mi Chi said in shock, "There is such a thing." He turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Then where did Brother Li Jiao get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao smiled and said, "Many years ago, I went out. I felt that this thing was somewhat unusual and brought it back. Who would have thought that after transplanting it, I would find that it gradually withered, so I tried to feed it with blood essence. Unexpectedly, it came back to life, so I have been using blood essence to nurture it all these years." "That was a coincidence." Mi Chi nodded slightly. Ji Ying nodded and said, "Palace Master Li is right. The reason why this dragon blood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island is because it needs dragon blood as food to grow. In this world, other than Dragon Island, where else can there be a dragon race? Therefore, even if the dragon blood flower appears in other places, it won't be able to grow. Palace Master Li has the bloodline of the dragon race. Feeding it with blood essence is the right medicine." Li Jiao was not a pure human, but a half-human, half-monster. It was said that he was a combination of human and dragon. Although not many people in the Northern Territory knew about this secret, Ji Ying and Mi Chi knew about it. The dragon blood flower needs dragon blood as food. Although the dragon race bloodline in Li Jiao's body was a little thin, it still existed. After many years of careful care, this dragon blood flower had really grown to the extent of blooming. My guess is that the place where Palace Master Li found this dragon blood flower should have had a dragon race fall. If not, it would be impossible for the dragon blood flower to be born. Ji Ying said solemnly. Li Jiao said in admiration, "Master Ji's eyes are like torches. When I found this dragon blood flower, I indeed found the skeleton of a dragon race. However, I don't know how many years it has been dead, so it has already decayed. The skeleton of a dragon race is indestructible, so how could it be so easily decayed? It should be because the dragon blood flower absorbed the nutrients from the skeleton. So that's how it is." Li Jiao was like an ignorant child as he kept nodding. Ji Ying said excitedly, "With the dragon blood flower, we can refine the dragon blood pill. This thing is very useful to Palace Master Li." "What do you mean?" Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and humbly asked for guidance. Ji Ying smiled faintly and said, "On the Dragon Island, the main purpose of the Dragon Clan's disciples to consume the dragon blood flower is to refine their bloodline and purify their bloodline power. You should have heard that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan is divided into various grades and ranks. A high-grade bloodline has an extremely strong suppressive power over a low-grade bloodline. Therefore, even if two Dragon Clan strength is almost the same, if the difference in bloodline is too big, the one with the lower bloodline will have no way to fight back against the one with the higher bloodline." Mi Chi and Li Jiao nodded lightly. They naturally knew about this. Dragon race disciples are born powerful and can easily cultivate to the level of the Emperor realm. They don't even need to put in much effort to obtain strength comparable to a third-layer Emperor realm master. Their daily cultivation is focused on refining their bloodline. The purer their bloodline, the higher their rank, and the stronger their strength. The current dragon race's great elder is said to be an 8th order azure dragon, whose strength is comparable to the great emperor's. Above that, there are even the legendary 9th order and 10th order bloodlines. The dragon blood flower can be said to be the most important thing to them. Ooh, Li Jiao said excitedly. Grandmaster Ji means that I can also… That's right. Ji Ying nodded. Although the dragon race bloodline in Palace Master Li's body is a little weak, it can indeed be improved by consuming the dragon blood flower. Of course, if it can be refined into a dragon blood pill, the effect will be even better. Li Jiao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Although he had secretly inquired about this information, after hearing it from Ji Ying, he felt that his several hundred years of cultivation had not been in vain. He had obtained this dragon blood flower several hundred years ago and had been cultivating it with his own blood essence for so many years, causing his strength to stagnate. Although he and Mi Qi were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, if they really fought, he would definitely not be Mi Qi's opponent. However, it was different now. If he could consume this dragon blood flower and refine it, his strength would definitely surpass Mi Qi's in one fell swoop. It's just a pity. Ji Ying changed the topic and frowned slightly. What's a pity? Li Jiao's heart was in turmoil, afraid that he would hear something bad from Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and said, Palace Master Li, you don't need to be nervous. I just want to say that the dragon race bloodlines are divided into different grades, and this dragon blood flower is also divided into different grades. Even if this dragon blood flower really blooms, I'm afraid it will be the lowest grade dragon blood flower. This kind of dragon blood flower, if placed on Dragon Island, probably no one in the dragon race would even glance at it. But in this medicine garden, it was already the most precious thing, because it was rare. It was because of this dragon blood flower that Ji Ying stayed in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would have gone to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace personally to collect the many spirit medicines. He wanted to stay and witness the moment the dragon blood flower bloomed, which was also a rare opportunity for an alchemist. Although Ji Ying had studied alchemy under the great emperors for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a dragon blood flower. As an emperor realm alchemist, it was natural for him to be excited to see a spirit flower for the first time. Mi Qi said from the side, Grandmaster Ji, this dragon blood pill has a magical effect on Brotherly, but is it useless to a human cultivator? Ji Ying smiled slightly and said, How could it be useless? It can increase one's strength, purify one's cultivation, and strengthen one's physique. The dragon blood pill has endless magical effects. After a pause, he said, Palace Master Li, if you don't mind, after this dragon blood flower blooms, can you let me refine it? Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this and cupped his fists. That's exactly what I was thinking. It would be best if Grandmaster Ji could help. He was overjoyed. Although he was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, even with his status, it was not easy to find Ji Ying to refine pills. In the past, he had gone to the Medicine Pill Valley several times to ask for pills, but which time did he not pay a huge price and wait for a long time? But this time, Ji Ying actually took the initiative to ask for it, and did not ask for any reward. It seemed that this dragon blood flower was also very attractive to Ji Ying. I wonder how many pills Grandmaster Ji can refine? Li Jiao asked, carefully. Ji Ying's expression was solemn, and he said, I don't dare to say, but 3 pills is definitely not a problem. In the past, when they asked him to refine pills, not only did he ask for a reward, he would also keep 1/3 of the pills refined. This was his rule. Therefore, Li Jiao asked Ji Ying how many pills he could refine. Now that he heard that it was 3 pills, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then he could at least get 2 dragon blood pills, which would be of great help to increase his strength. Congratulations, Brotherly! Congratulations, Brotherly! Mi Qi cupped his fists and congratulated from the side, but he was a little upset. Chapter 27-25. Due to the sudden rise of the High Heaven Palace and the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect, the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had temporarily formed an alliance, but who didn't have selfish motives. Mi Chi naturally didn't want Li Jiao to be too strong. In his heart, he prayed that Ji Ying would fail in refining the dragon blood pill. However, he also knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't high. Ji Ying was an Emperor realm alchemist, and his alchemy skills were incomparably refined. Since he said that he could refine 3 pills, he naturally wasn't boasting. Li Jiao laughed heartily with a complacent look on his face. At this moment, another strange sound rang out, startling the 3 great emperors, and they all turned to look at the dragon blood flower. The budding dragon blood flower actually bloomed slightly at this moment, and a crimson light was reflected from it, dazzling everyone's eyes. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters all held their breaths and paid close attention to this scene. The crimson light grew brighter and brighter, and the flower bloomed bigger and bigger, as if a new life was being born, trying to break free from the flower, and a faint dragon chi began to fill the air. Asterisk thump thump, thump thump, asterisk Li Jiao's heartbeat was clearly audible. This matter was related to the improvement of his cultivation, so he was naturally more nervous than the other 2. Suddenly, the life born in the flower seemed to be hindered by something, and the light dimmed a little. Even the flower bud that was about to bloom shrank a lot. A feeling of withering enveloped the entire dragon blood flower. Li Jiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What?" Ji Ying anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Li, quickly urge your blood essence to feed it, otherwise it will be in danger." The growth of the dragon blood flower only fed on the blood essence of the dragon race, so only Li Jiao could save this strange flower at this moment. Hearing Ji Ying's words, Li Jiao didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his finger, he cut a wound on his fingertip and urged a secret technique, causing a drop of rich blood essence to appear on his fingertip. "Go!" he yelled in a low voice. The drop of blood essence flew in an arc towards the dragon blood flower's flower and steadily fell into its center. Nourished by the blood essence, the dragon blood flower exuded vitality again. The flower bud bloomed even faster than before, and a strange fragrance spread in all directions. On the contrary, Li Jiao, who had forced out a drop of blood essence, looked slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi was greatly injured. This drop of blood essence took at least 10 years of bitter cultivation. However, when he recalled the dragon blood pill, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the dragon blood flower bloomed. Then a red light burst out from it, as if it was alive, and rushed into the sky. The dragon blood flowers as his eyes. Dragon blood dragon's flower, it was to blood to heaven. Mi Chi and Li Jiao fixed their eyes on him and revealed surprised expressions. "This is the dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao and Mi Chi looked at each other. This dragon blood flower didn't look like a flower at all. Instead, it looked like the spirit of the dragon race. Was this really a dragon blood flower? Ji Ying excitedly took out a wooden box that emitted a sandalwood fragrance and placed the dragon blood flower inside. After placing a seal on it, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, its grade isn't high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress it." The dragon blood flower could only be produced on Dragon Island, and only the dragon race could subdue it. The spirit flower has bloomed. "I'll have to trouble Master Ji to refine the pill." Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said respectfully, "And leave everything to me. I'll have to ask Palace Master Li to prepare a quiet place for me." Ji Ying nodded and said, "Sure, sure." Li Jiao was overjoyed. He originally thought that Ji Ying was going to bring the dragon blood flower back to Medicine Pill Valley to refine. But hearing the meaning in his words, he was going to refine the pill immediately. How could he not be overjoyed? Mi Chi forced a smile and said, "Brotherly, go arrange it. I'll accompany Master Ji." Li Jiao nodded and said, "All right, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and left. At that moment, Ji Ying suddenly took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. After sensing it for a moment, his originally happy expression turned into one of anger as he shouted, "Impudent!" Li Jiao was startled and hurriedly turned around. "What's wrong?" He thought that he had accidentally offended Ji Ying. Mi Chi also asked curiously, "Master Ji, what happened?" Ji Ying said with a sullen face, "Li Xian was beaten." Li Xian, Mi Chi and Li Jiao muttered, but quickly reacted. Wasn't this Master Ji's disciple? That boy wasn't very old, but whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, he was extremely talented and was highly valued by Ji Ying. A few days ago, he followed Ji Ying to Fire Dragon Palace, but was sent out to collect spirit herbs. Ice Heart Valley or High Heaven Palace? Mi Chi's heart beat wildly as he couldn't help but ask excitedly. If the people from High Heaven Palace beat Li Xian, there would be a good show to watch. He and Li Jiao were worried about a way to curb the arrogance of High Heaven Palace, but before they could think of a way, would the other party take the initiative to deliver themselves to them? It's High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying's face was full of anger. They beat my disciple, and even stole the source crystals I used to buy spirit herbs for him. This High Heaven Palace is simply lawless. What? Mi Chi was shocked. Not only did they beat him up, they even stole source crystals? He couldn't help but laugh wildly, thinking to himself, High Heaven Palace, oh High Heaven Palace, you're courting your own destruction. How can you casually touch the people of Medicine Pill Valley? This is simply too presumptuous. High Heaven Palace actually dares to not put Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. I, Li Jiao, will not live under the same sky as them. Li Jiao also realized that an opportunity had come and declared, Palace Master Li, I'm afraid that the matter of alchemy will have to be delayed. This matter concerns the face of my Medicine Pill Valley. I must personally go and see what High Heaven Palace wants, Ji Ying said angrily. Although he had promised Li Jiao first, this matter was of great importance and naturally couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would damage the face of Medicine Pill Valley and the great emperors of Wondrous Pill Valley. This is something that can't be helped. Li Jiao's heart was filled with hatred. He was about to get the dragon blood pill, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong halfway. He already didn't have a good impression of High Heaven Palace, so at this moment, he hated them even more. But Grandmaster Ji, it's better if you don't go alone, Mi Chi frowned. Ji Ying snorted, What? Could it be that even if I go personally, they would dare to act wildly? Mi Chi said seriously, if they were really a cultivator from my northern territory, they wouldn't dare act presumptuously towards Grandmaster Ji. But I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master isn't from the northern territory and seems to be from the southern territory. Moreover, he is arrogant, overbearing, and cruel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wiped out the entire Seeking Passion sect. It's better to be on guard against such a bloodthirsty person. Grandmaster Ji's identity is noble, so you can't easily take risks. Brother Mi Chi is right. Li Jiao also nodded. I heard that not only is that boy named Yang Kai arrogant and domineering, but he is also colluding with the monster race. We must guard against this matter. Ji Ying said, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I still have to go. My disciple was beaten, and my source crystals were stolen. If I don't say anything, how can I return to Medicine Pill Valley and see Honored Master? Of course you have to go, Mi Chi winked at Li Jiao, but Grandmaster Ji can't go alone. Indeed. Li Jiao nodded. How about this, Brother Mi Chi and I have nothing better to do, so we'll go with Grandmaster Ji and help Grandmaster hold the line. Let's see if the High Heaven Palace is going to rebel. Brother Li's suggestion is very good, I agree. If the High Heaven Palace really dares to disrespect Grandmaster, Brother Li, and I will protect you even if it costs us our lives, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Jiying did not refuse, mainly because he was panicked by the words of these two, and was really afraid that the High Heaven Palace would not give him face and would harm him. There's no time to lose, we'll set off now. High Heaven Palace. Atop a mountain peak, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his legs crossed as he lazily basked in the sun. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. Under the bright sun, there was beauty accompanying him. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth as she poured wine for him, placed it in front of him, and said, "Drink." In order to stay by his side at all times and not be shaken off by him again, Zhu Qing could be said to be enduring humiliation. She endured Yang Kai's various criticisms and orders, and now she was serving him like a maid. Her arrogant self-esteem was trampled into a mess. Zhu Qing had never felt that there was anyone more hateful in this world than the one in front of her. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not move. Zhu Qing glared at him hatefully, placed the wine cup above his mouth, and poured the wine down. He swallowed it down with a gulp. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a pleased look on his face. Zhu Qing's chest was burning with flames. She wanted to burn this person to death with her dragon breath, but she still reached out and picked up a grape-like berry and threw it into Yang Kai's mouth. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Yang Kai leaned to the side, supported his head with his hand, and looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Qing Heir, what is your Dragon Island like?" Zhu Qing said indifferently, "If you want to know, just come with me." "You're talking about this again." Yang Kai frowned. "Can we still be friends? You're the one who asked." A trace of panic flashed across Zhu Qing's face. It was not easy for her to become Yang Kai's friend. If she was cut off because of this, then it would be over. Yang Kai chuckled, looked at her with interest, and said, "Don't you have other friends?" Zhu Qing shook her head. "Why would the dragon race need friends? What a joke." Yang Kai said seriously, "Let me tell you, there are several kinds of friends. Although we are friends now, we are only the most ordinary kind. There are others?" Zhu Qing frowned and asked curiously, "Of course." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Above ordinary friends are close friends, and above that are boyfriend and girlfriend." If we are boyfriend and girlfriend, then our relationship is not necessarily the same. If you want me to go to Dragon Island, I can consider it." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up and said, "Then let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." "You really want to?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious expression. "Of course, let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. Chapter 27-26. I don't care if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I'm afraid that you... Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Qing's small hand and gently rubbed it. "I feel that it's too much." TSK, TSK. Her small hand was smooth and white. It felt like he was touching the best silk, making him reluctant to put it down. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's impudent actions. She shyly withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. "Don't be like this. It's weird," Yang Kai said with a straight face. "Didn't you say that we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhu Qing asked curiously, "Do we have to do this if we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Of course." Yang Kai's nostrils flared hot air. "This is the most basic." Zhu Qing couldn't help but look a little hesitant. "Then what else do we have to do?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Many things, many things. Tell me, I'll see if I can do it." Zhu Qing's pink neck was a little red. She seemed to have realized something. Her appearance made him restless. Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his heart. He took the opportunity to lie down on Zhu Qing's firm and round thighs. His head touched her lower abdomen, and he said comfortably, "Let's try rubbing a few times first." Zhu Qing's face was red. Although it wasn't the first time she had such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and she had done it even worse before, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and her heart was beating faster. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed her thumbs on Yang Kai's temples. Then she gently rotated them a few times. Yang Kai's bones loosened. He felt as if he was flying up and down in the clouds. It was so comfortable that he almost wanted to cry. He thought that this girl was actually so cooperative. He wondered if he should let go of everything. He wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, a violent force came from his temples, as if he had been hit by 2 sledgehammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face instantly twisted, and his eyes widened. "Do you really think that I don't know anything, and that you can do whatever you want?" Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and erupted with a brute force that could move mountains and seas. His 2 thumbs were like drills, rotating back and forth on Yang Kai's temples. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Yang Kai's head was clamped, and he couldn't move at all. "Even though it's my first time leaving the Dragon Island, I'm not an idiot. Don't bully me again." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and her hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like he was going to die. His whole body became unwell. He arched his body and suddenly shot up from the ground. She kicked at Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing waved her hand and easily blocked the attack. She took advantage of the situation to stand up, put some distance between Yang Kai and herself, and stared at him angrily. Yang Kai swayed a few times, but he still felt a little dizzy. He almost lost his balance. He said angrily, "You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. That's no fun." As if he had been deceived, a huge wound appeared in the depths of his heart. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and shouted, "I didn't ask you to stay here. You're the one who didn't want to leave, and you're blaming me?" Zhu Qing's chest heaved up and down, as if there was a volcano in her chest that could erupt at any time. She stamped her foot and said, "Fine, I won't bother you anymore. And you also don't come looking for me. What a joke." Yang Kai put his hands on his waist. Spittle flew everywhere, even if all the women in the world died. "I won't look for you." Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Remember what you said." She turned around and left. Yang Kai sneered, raised his hand, and waved, "Goodbye. I won't see you out." But there was no trace of Zhu Qing. A figure flashed, and Hua Qing Si suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She glanced at Yang Kai, and then looked in the direction that Zhu Qing left, and said, "Did you have a fight?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "It's too late to say anything. It's not too late to chase after her now. She hasn't gone far." Hua Qing Si looked into the distance. "She's a woman. You can just coax her. She's angry with you, which means she cares about you. She has other intentions." Yang Kai curled his lips and turned to look at Hua Qing Si. "Why are you looking for me?" Hua Qing Si said in a deep voice, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he sneered, "They're here. Come, let's go and experience the glory of the great emperor's disciples." Outside the High Heaven Palace's mountain gate, outside the sect protecting Grand Formation, a huge ship floated in the air like a dark cloud that covered most of the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Ji Ying stood at the forefront, waiting with a gloomy expression. Li Jiao, the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, and Mi Qi, the sect master of the High Sky sect, stood on his left and right like bodyguards. The 2 people behind them were Ji Ying's disciples, and Li Xian was among them. Li Xian had lost more than half of his teeth, and his cheeks were still swollen. It wasn't that his injuries were too serious. He was an alchemist himself, and he was from the Medicine Pill Valley, so he naturally had some good healing pills on him. This kind of external injury could be easily healed, but he deliberately left it there in the hopes that Ji Ying would see it and let him understand how he was bullied and humiliated in the High Heaven Palace. And it turned out to be very effective. When Ji Ying saw his beloved disciple being beaten until he looked like a pig, and more than half of his teeth had fallen out, his anger exploded like a bomb. Although Li Xian was only a second-generation disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley, and not a direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was still a member of the Medicine Pill Valley. Being humiliated like this in the Northern Territory was simply unforgivable. And today, when he personally came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually blocked outside the mountain gate, not receiving the slightest bit of respect and treatment he deserved. This made him have a bad impression of the High Heaven Palace. "This is simply outrageous," Li Jiao said angrily. "This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. It is their honor to have Grand Master Ji here, but no one came to receive him. This kind of sect has no manners at all." Mi Chi chimed in. "That's right. This High Heaven Palace doesn't seem to put Grand Master Ji and the Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. They didn't mind watching a good show." The two of them couldn't wait for the High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fan the flames. Ji Ying's already ugly expression became even uglier. He was a disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and he himself was a respected alchemist emperor. Which sect didn't treat him like an honored guest when he traveled in the Northern Territory? No matter where he went, he would be warmly received, but when he came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually refused entry. Just now, there was a chief steward who ran out, but after asking a few questions, he shrank back and was nowhere to be seen. This High Heaven Palace was actually so rampant, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, when he heard Mi Chi and Li Jiao talk about the High Heaven Palace, he knew that the two of them were afraid of the High Heaven Palace and were deliberately trying to smear their reputation. But now, his own personal experience told Ji Ying that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't that great. "Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple." Li Xian jumped out at the right time, snot and tears running down his face as he mumbled, "That High Heaven Palace's palace master not only hit this disciple, but also stole the source crystals this disciple used to buy spirit herbs. This disciple mentioned Master and the ancestral founders' names, but he didn't take it seriously. Master, you can't let him off so easily." "What?" Ji Ying's expression changed, and he said fiercely, "He actually dares to not put the ancestral founder in his eyes." Although his own experience and his disciples' experience had angered him, it hadn't reached the point of losing his mind. But now, when he heard Li Xian say that this High Heaven Palace's palace master didn't put the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors in his eyes, Ji Ying completely exploded. Li Xian observed Ji Ying's expression, his eyes turning as he said, he also said. "What did he say?" Ji Ying asked with a dark expression. Li Xian said timidly, "This disciple doesn't dare to say." "Say it." Ji Ying glared at him. His brother next to him also said, "Junior brother, whatever that person said, just tell Master. Don't be afraid." Li Xian seemed to be encouraged. He said that we alchemists are all bullshit, that we think we're superior just because we know how to refine pills, but we're actually worthless in his eyes. "Impudent!" Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees and said, "Master, I didn't say that. It was that person who said it. Master naturally knows that it wasn't you who said it." Ji Ying took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He raised his hand and said, "Stand up." Li Xian stood up shakily and raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew Ji Ying's reverse scale. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were Ji Ying's teachers, and the art of alchemy was the great Tao that Ji Ying pursued. These two things occupied an unimaginable position in his heart, and Ji Ying wouldn't easily forgive anyone who dared to offend these two reverse scales. Now, according to his description, Yang Kai had both, so it would be strange if he had a good ending. Let's see how you die now. Grandmaster Ji, it seems that there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. If it continues to remain in the Northern Territory, it will be a disgrace to our Northern Territory, Li Jiao coldly said. I ask Grandmaster Ji to gather the fellow Taoists in the Northern Territory and eliminate the High Heaven Palace together, Mi Chi added. My High Sky sect is willing to use the strength of the entire sect to eradicate this malignant tumor in the Northern Territory. Ji Ying frowned, and only after a while did he say, Let me see the High Heaven Palace's palace master first. He wasn't an emotional person, and although he couldn't suppress his anger, what he heard just now was only his disciple's side of the story. Although he felt that Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, to be safe, it was better to first see the High Heaven Palace's palace master and see what he wanted to do. If it was really as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against the High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both knowing that this matter shouldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what Ji Ying had said, and even made up some false accusations, so he was really afraid of confronting the High Heaven Palace's palace master face to face. However, after thinking about it, he had always been obedient and sensible in front of his honored master, so even if he confronted the palace master, there would be no evidence. As long as he stuck to his previous words, would his honored master believe an outsider instead of him? Thinking this, he relaxed a lot. Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the High Heaven Palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Chi and Ji Ying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order emperor realm master. So in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things because he was too nervous. It's you? Li Xian cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. Who is she? Ji Ying frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace. So she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master. It's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering. Li Xian cried bitterly. She also made a move. Ji Ying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xian wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless, Ji Ying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xian's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable, no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his emperor qi. Let me teach you a lesson and seek justice for Marshal Nephew Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness, but after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this high heaven palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order emperor realm master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered. How dare a mere speck of light compete with me? He pushed his hands forward as his Emperor Qi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Mi Qi's Emperor Qi as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Mi Qi's chest shattered. What? Mi Qi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her Emperor Qi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the petite fist smashed into Mi Qi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Mi Qi could clearly see that Mi Qi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order emperor, realm master, Mi Qi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in midair. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Mi Qi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Mi Qi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled, and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead. Already cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Ji Ying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Mi Qi in. This king underestimated you. Wah! Mi Qi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned as white as paper. Ji Ying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. Who are you? After punching Mi Qi, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, Who are you? Ji Ying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? Qing don't be rude. A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing. Master Me has come from afar. This palace lord has not greeted you properly. Please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Jiying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Pill Emperor Jiying. Jiying said indifferently, Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace. Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. I have long heard of Master Me's great name. It is the honor of my High Heaven Palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us. Li Jiao said sinisterly, Palace Lord Yang, Master Me came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests? Your Excellency is... Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Ji Ying said, This is Fire Dragon Palace's palace, Lord Li Jiao. So it is Palace Lord Li. Then, who is the one vomiting blood next to you? Yang Kai looked at Mi Qi. Mi Qi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart, but when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Ji Ying said, This is the High Sky Sex Sect Master. Mi Qi. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Sect Master Mi is also here. Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, Why, Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me, and Brother Mi... Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, Indeed, I don't welcome you. It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains. Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Mi Qi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, But since you are already here, please come in. As he spoke, he opened the sect protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Ji Ying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. Everyone, please follow me, Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, Qing, why aren't you coming in? Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. Palace Master Yang, this woman is... Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. Ha ha, it's just a mere female servant. Palace Master Li is too concerned, Yang Kai said casually. Female servant. Li Jiao was speechless. Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me? Mi Qi almost choked to death. Extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity. Yang Kai grinned and said, if there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you? Mi Qi didn't know what he meant and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Ji Ying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. Qing, go and serve the guests some tea. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back. Yes. Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. I'll help you. Hua Qingxi hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 27-28. Inside the High Heaven Palace's guest hall, the host and guests were seated. Ji Ying's expression was somewhat ugly because Yang Kai was sitting at the head of the table, placing him in the second position. This was something that had never happened before. When he walked through the Northern Territory, no matter which sect he went to, he would always be treated as an honored guest. This head of the table was prepared for him, and it was the same in the Fire Dragon Palace a few days ago. Normally, Ji Ying wouldn't care about this. After all, a guest should follow the host's wishes. No matter how noble his status was, he was still just an outsider. The head of the table was nothing more than a seat, nothing worth fussing over. However, he already had a preconceived impression of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, so, at this moment, he increasingly felt that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't consider this. He was the host, so it was natural for him to sit at the head of the table and receive guests. He looked down and chuckled. It's such a coincidence that Master Shao is here with the two sect masters. Ji Ying quickly said, this is not a coincidence. This Ji is here thanks to Palace Master Li and Sect Master Me for escorting me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Grandmaster Ji is a person of virtue and prestige, and Medicine Pill Valley's reputation is in the Northern Territory. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for Grandmaster Ji? I heard that the Northern Territory is very peaceful. Li Jiao coldly snorted and said, it was indeed very peaceful in the past, but recently it hasn't been that good. How could Yang Kai not understand the hidden meaning in his words? He was simply saying that the birth and rise of the High Heaven Palace had caused the Northern Territory to become restless. Ignoring him, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Xian behind Ji Ying and said with a smile, Little brother, we meet again so soon. Li Xian's face paled as he cried out in alarm. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Half of it was an act, and the other half was because he was truly frightened. Last time, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, and still had some lingering fear. Yang Kai sneered, Little brother really knows how to joke. It seems that this palace master was not a good host last time, causing little brother to feel resentful. If you have time, little brother can stay as a guest for a while. This palace master will make you feel at home. Li Xian said angrily, Only a ghost would want to be your guest. With his master here, his courage had grown by quite a bit. There was no need for him to bow and scrape like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi walked up with tea and served it to everyone. Hua Qingxi was fine. Zhu Qing threw the teacup on the table, splashing tea all over the table. Yang Kai was furious. He slapped the table and said, What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Get back here. Zhu Qing was nowhere to be seen. After serving the tea, Zhu Qing immediately left the room. Yang Kai hooted for a while before helplessly saying, Grandmaster Yi, please don't blame her. This girl's temper is a bit wild. This palace master will definitely teach her a good lesson. Ji Ying said indifferently, It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous, but I wonder why Grandmaster Yi has come to my high heaven palace this time. Mi Chi slapped the table and stood up, sneering. Palace Master Yang. Why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know what you did a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at him sideways and said, I wonder what this palace master has done to make sect Master Me so agitated. This should be the first time I've met sect Master Me, and I have nothing to do with your high heaven sect. Mi Chi snorted. This king and palace masterly have come here today to seek justice for this martial nephew Li Palace Master Yang. One must know that one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your high heaven palace. Li Jiao also nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, So the two of you are here to make things difficult for my high heaven palace? But I wonder how my high heaven palace has offended the two of you. Mi Chi said, You didn't offend me or Brotherly, but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the holy land of the Northern Territory. Offending Medicine Pill Valley is equivalent to offending the entire Northern Territory. As a citizen of the Northern Territory, we naturally can't stand by and do nothing. Yang Kai said in surprise, When did I offend Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said with a sullen face, My good-for-nothing disciple is still injured. Does Palace Master Yang still want to lie through his teeth? Yang Kai turned to look at him, then glanced at Li Xian's swollen cheek. Only then did he come back to his senses and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Ying looked at him expressionlessly. Palace Master Yang, don't tell me that you didn't injure my disciple. That's right. I did it. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Ji Ying flew into a rage and gritted his teeth. Palace Master Yang is from the Emperor realm. Why are you bullying the weak? Humiliating my disciple? Do you really not put my Medicine Pill Valley in your eyes? Yang Kai, how dare you? Grandmaster Ji, we can't let this matter rest. Otherwise, if word gets out, Medicine Pill Valley will lose face. Li Jiao and Mi Chi both said angrily, as if the one being beaten was not Li Xian, but them. They couldn't wait to encourage Ji Ying to teach Yang Kai a lesson. What else do you have to say? Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. A child has done something wrong. Can't you teach him a lesson? Did something wrong? A trace of anger flashed across Ji Ying's face. My disciple has always been obedient and sensible. I don't know what he did wrong to make Palace Master Yang teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at Li Xian with a smile and thought for a moment. I want to know what he said to Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying snorted and ordered, Xianer, tell me in detail what happened that day. Don't be afraid. Master will uphold justice for you. Li Xian suddenly hesitated. In the end, what he said in front of Ji Ying was something he had casually made up. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the courage to confront him. However, if he didn't confront him, it would make him seem too guilty and his lies would be exposed. With his honored master's temper, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him then. But if his honored master was willing to believe him, it didn't matter what he said. Thinking so, a vicious light flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he secretly made a decision in his heart. The situation is like this. Although Li Xian was still young, he was quite eloquent. He recounted the day he came to High Heaven Palace to buy medicine under Ji Ying's orders, but was blocked outside the gate by the High Heaven Palace. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to question him, but after learning his purpose, the person actually beat him up. Not only did the person beat him up, but he also stole the source crystals he used to buy the medicine. As he spoke, Li Xian's face paled, and his body trembled, as if he was recalling what had happened that day. He wiped away his tears from time to time, making those who heard him cry. As he spoke, his words became clearer and clearer, his voice became louder and louder, and his back straightened, as if he had really experienced what had happened. Ji Ying's expression became uglier and uglier, while Mi Qi and Li Jiao secretly rejoiced. They knew that the worse Li Xian's situation was, the greater the trouble the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai would face. "Look at what you've done." After Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Qi immediately jumped up and pointed at Yang Kai angrily. Bullying the weak, bullying a Dao Source realm cultivator with the status of the Emperor realm is one thing, but you actually robbed him. You've lost all face as a cultivator in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Li Xian with a smile. "Are you sure you have nothing to add?" Li Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly hid behind Ji Ying. "Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple?" Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "It's not a threat. I'm just asking." "So, you admit it?" Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ji Ying. "Grandmaster Ji, do you believe what your disciple says?" Ji Ying snorted. "This disciple of mine has been in my sect for 10 years, and I watched him grow up. I know his nature very well. He is not someone who makes things up." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "If you say so, it seems that it's useless for me to say anything." Ji Ying snorted. "Do you have a different opinion?" No. I just feel that Grandmaster Ji's eye for choosing disciples is not very good." Ji Ying narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, I can listen, but if not, there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. You will also have to return to Medicine Pill Valley with me and ask for punishment." Only the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors had the qualifications to decide the fate of a top sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "What crime have I committed?" Ji Ying said, "Not putting my honored master, the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and looking down on all the alchemists in the world is the greatest crime." Yang Kai said sternly, "If the disciples of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were as rotten as you and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master would indeed not put him in his eyes. What is Medicine Pill Valley? Bullshit Northern Territory's holy land." Ji Ying's face changed drastically. "Impudent." Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully and said, "What, I'm impudent? Bite me if you have the ability." "You—" Ji Ying pointed his finger at Yang Kai, wishing he could bite him. But even though he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still just an alchemist. He had very little experience in fighting with others, so how could he really take the risk? Glancing to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood and pushed their Emperor Qi together, preparing to pounce. 3 sensational demonic Qi suddenly burst out as 3 figures shot in from outside the hall and stood in front of Mi Tian and Li Jiao. "You want to fight? I dare you to." Shi Lei clenched his fists tightly as he stared ahead gloomily. Mi Tian and Li Jiao were shocked and instantly froze in place, their spirits high. Although they knew that there were monster race masters in the High Heaven Palace and that the destruction of Seeking Passion sect was due to the monster race's intervention, they never expected that it would be 3 monster kings. 2 against 3. They had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was still a woman named Qing in the High Heaven Palace. That woman had sent Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so she was probably stronger than these 3 monster kings. Dragon's Pool, Tiger's Den, where did so many masters come from in the High Heaven Palace? With such a background, it wasn't much worse than the sects of the Great Emperors, except that they were missing one Great Emperor. Ji Ying also felt cold all over. How many years had it been since he had encountered such danger? The rolling demonic Qi almost made it difficult for him to breathe, but as a disciple of the Great Emperors, he had a good temperament and cultivation, so although his expression was solemn, he didn't panic. Chapter 27-29. What do you want to do? Jiying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai said, "Nothing. It's just that Master Ji is willing to believe what his disciple said. This palace master feels that it's useless no matter how he tries to explain himself. I'm too lazy to argue with him and just want to show you something." "What is it?" Jiying frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Yang Kai clapped his hands and looked outside the hall, saying, "Come in." They all looked outside the hall and saw a person walking in from outside. Standing in the middle of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You, Grandmaster Nan Men, why are you here?" Mi Chi and Li Jiao both widened their eyes and looked at the Southgate army who walked in. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the two of them naturally had dealings with the Southgate army. They knew that this person had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Arrays and was somewhat arrogant. In the past, the two of them had tried many times to win over the Southgate army, wanting him to join their sects. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Seeing the Southgate army appear here and being so respectful to Yang Kai, Mi Chi and Li Jiao both had a surreal feeling. Was this still the Southgate army? There was actually a time when they lowered their heads to others. "I'm now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. Why can't I be here?" The Southgate army glanced at the two of them. "Chief array master, Grandmaster Nan Men, you sigh." Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Chi were shocked and disappointed. They had tried to win over the Southgate army countless times, but they were rejected by him. The High Heaven Palace had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already subdued. What method did this guy called Yang Kai use? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, "Grandmaster Nan Men, take that thing out." "Yes." The Southgate army responded, and suddenly took out a few array flags from his space ring and arranged them around him. Not long after, an array formation had been set up, but it left everyone confused. They didn't understand what he was trying to show them by setting up the array formation at this time. The Southern Gate army took out something from their space ring, something that looked like a mirror. The strange thing was that there was no reflection in the mirror, which made one's scalp tingle. Holding the mirror-like object high up, Southgate Dajuan said, "I obtained this in my early years. It's called the image mirror, and it can record some images. I don't know how it was formed. I've asked several master refiners to take a look, but no one knows what material it is. Usually, it's not very useful, so I'll have to show it to you today." Image mirror, record the video. When everyone heard this, they vaguely understood the intentions of the Southgate army. Li Xian's countenance even turned pale as he stared blankly at the photographic mirror, and he seemed to have never imagined that such a miraculous thing actually existed in the world. Jiying frowned and looked back at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian couldn't help but avert his gaze. This made Jiying's expression turn even uglier. The Southern Gate army stretched out his hand and tossed the photographic mirror into the air. He then waved the array flag in his hand and pushed his emperor chi. In an instant, the center of the hall was filled with a dense fog. An array of light suddenly shot out from the photographic mirror. A relatively clear image suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized that the scene in the image was the entrance to High Heaven Palace, because the plaque engraved with the 3 words High Heaven Sect was right in the center of the image, allowing everyone to see it clearly. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the image. One of them was Li Xian, and besides him, there were 3 women. 2 of them were the 2 women who had left earlier, and the one called Qing was among them. No sound came out This photographic mirror seemed to only be able to record images. As the Southern Gate army pushed his Emperor Qi, the image continued to change, as if it was reliving the past, vivid and lifelike. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian leaned over to Zhu Qing and said something with a cheeky smile. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold face. Several times, Li Xian actually tried to make a move on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing looked angry, but all she could do was dodge. After a while, seeing Li Xian's actions becoming more and more presumptuous, Zhu Qing slapped Li Xian and sent him flying. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after asking a few questions, he slapped Li Xian hard, sending his teeth flying. The image changed again, replaying what happened that day in front of the mountain gate one by one. It was not until Li Xian left that the image suddenly froze. The Southern Gate army put away the array flag, and the photographic mirror cupped their fists to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian strangely, their expressions both angry and amused. They had already experienced Zhu Qing's strength. She was a powerful existence that even they were no match for. Yet this Li Xian actually dared to make a move on her. Being slapped was already a stroke of luck. If not for the protective cloak of a Medicine Core Valley disciple, he would have died on the spot. What was even more hateful was that this guy actually slandered Yang Kai, saying that not only had he slapped him, but he had also stolen his source crystals, causing the two of them to follow in confusion. Now, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ji Ying's eyes spat fire as he turned around and glared at Li Xian, his face filled with disappointment and pain. "Master, I was wrong. This disciple was truly wrong. Please punish me." Li Xian knelt down with a thud. With the image recorded by the photographic mirror, he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it would be useless. He could only quickly admit his mistake and hope that his master would not expel him out of the sect on account of their relationship as master and disciple. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Ji Ying's heart ached, and he angrily raised his hand to slap Li Xian. In the past, Li Xian had always been extremely obedient and sensible in front of him, so he really did not expect his disciple to act like this. He was thoroughly disappointed. "Master," Li Xian was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, that slap didn't land even after a long time. After a long time, Ji Ying let out a long sigh, put down his hand, and calmly said, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and stared at Ji Ying in shock. "From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Core Valley. If you dare act in the name of Medicine Core Valley again, I will not let you off." Ji Ying said with a flick of his sleeve. "Master." Li Xian panicked, knowing that Ji Ying was really going to expel him. As a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, he had many advantages and a bright future ahead of him. So how could he bear to leave? If he really became a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, there would be no place for him in the vast Northern Territory. "Say one more word, and I will take your life." Ji Ying did not look at him, his expression resolute. He was determined to expel him from Medicine Core Valley. He hated himself for not being able to see through such a petty person who could distort black and white. If he continued to stay in Medicine Pill Valley, who knew when he would ruin the Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and implicate his honored master's reputation? Even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to redeem himself. Li Xian wanted to plead for leniency, but after hearing this, how could he dare to say anything? The big brother next to him gave him a meaningful glance, and Li Xian stood up with tears in his eyes and rushed out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a time. Only the sound of Yang Kai sipping his tea could be heard. After a while, Ji Ying recovered and smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems that Palace Master Yang is right. My eye for choosing a disciple is not very good." Yang Kai said lightly, "If not for Grand Master Nan, men's photographic mirror. This palace master would not have been able to defend himself if he really had to confront Li Xian face to face. He would only be able to make up his own story without any evidence. At that time, Jiying would definitely believe Li Xian rather than him. If his reputation of despising Medicine Core Valley and robbing Medicine Core Valley's disciples was confirmed, how could High Heaven Palace maintain a foothold in the Northern Territory? Knowing that Yang Kai was angry, Jiying cupped his fists and said, "Today's matter was this Ji's fault for believing the words of a petty person. This Ji hopes Palace Master Yang will not blame this Ji. This Ji apologizes to Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he stood up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained seated and said lightly, "Grandmaster Ji is too polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is no big deal." Jiying said, "Palace Master Yang is magnanimous. This Ji is ashamed." After a pause, he continued, "However, there is one thing this Ji must say." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Please speak." "This Ji is the one who came here today, so I will take Palace Master Yang's previous words as mere words of anger. But if Palace Master Yang encounters my senior brothers in the future, please don't say such things again," Ji Hao said calmly. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. "Words that despise my Medicine Core Valley," Jiying said seriously. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had said Medicine Core Valley was nothing but a fart. Smiling, he said, "I'll remember that." At that time, he had indeed said those words in a fit of anger. Jiying said seriously, "Although we alchemists do not deliberately pursue the martial Tao, what we cultivate is still one of the world's great Taos. Since ancient times, only my master has ever stepped into the Tao of alchemy and ascended to the position of great emperors. My master created Medicine Core Valley, not only as a holy land in the hearts of all cultivators in the Northern Territory, but also as a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. If Palace Master Yang's words were spread by someone with ill intentions, it may offend all alchemists. In the future, how will High Heaven Palace ask someone to refine pills for them?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up when they heard this, secretly considering whether or not they should spread Yang Kai's previous words and make him an enemy of all alchemists in the world. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There is no need to ask anyone for help. This palace master can do it himself." Jiying was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Palace Master Yang is also an alchemist. Even Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they had heard some sensational words. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know a little." Jiying couldn't help but become interested. "May I ask what rank Palace Master Yang is, and what kind of pills he can refine?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "What rank is an Emperor-grade spirit pill that can be refined?" "What?" Jiying was shocked. Being able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, wasn't that an Emperor-grade alchemist? Looking at the entire star boundary, how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there? Although their brother and junior brothers had already reached this level, that was because the wondrous pill great emperors had extremely high requirements for accepting disciples. Moreover, after so many years of personal guidance, if they still didn't have any achievements, wouldn't that mean the wondrous pill great emperors had poor eyesight? They were them. Others were others. In the entire star boundary, apart from them, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade alchemists. Chapter 2730. Suddenly hearing Yang Kai say he could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, Jiying was taken aback. Soon, his expression sank again, and he said with some displeasure, "Palace Master Yang must be joking. How could Emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine them. If anyone could become an Emperor-grade alchemist, then Emperor-grade alchemists wouldn't have such a high status in the star boundary." Looking at Yang Kai's young age, being able to raise his cultivation to the emperor realm was already a sign of his talent. So, where would he find the time to learn alchemy? Therefore, Ji Ying concluded that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense. This was simply a humiliation to all alchemists in the world, an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Sure enough, this person didn't put alchemists in his eyes. Although that traitorous disciple Li Xian had turned black and white upside down. This point was not wrong. Ji Ying was annoyed and wished he could just flick his sleeves and leave. But because he had misunderstood Yang Kai just now, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, his expression had clearly darkened. Grandmaster Ji, you don't believe me? Yang Kai looked at Ji Ying. Ji Ying snorted. Forget it if you don't believe me. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. He was an emperor-grade alchemist. There was no need to prove anything to others, but after thinking about it, he suddenly raised his brow and said, Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet? Bet? Ji Ying frowned. Bet on what? Bet on whether this palace master is an emperor-grade alchemist or not. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying's frown deepened. Yang Kai's confident appearance made him doubt whether this guy was really an emperor-grade alchemist. If so, then it would be incredible. Anyone who could become an emperor-grade alchemist was enough for him to take seriously. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to verify the facts. What are the stakes? Let me think. Yang Kai pretended to scratch his head, looked around, then suddenly clapped his hands, and said, Got it. When my High Heaven Palace was first established, there were many things waiting to be done. Now that I have a chief array master, I just happen to lack a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Feng loses, how about you become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace? When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, both of them were greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. Master Ji, don't believe him. You can't gamble with him. The High Heaven Palace was already hard enough to deal with. If Ji Ying became the chief alchemist and became related to the Medicine Pill Valley, then in the future, no one in the Northern Territory would be able to do anything to the High Heaven Palace. The High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only rely on the High Heaven Palace to survive. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were not willing to see such a situation. Shi Lei glared at them. Shut up. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything else. Ji Ying was stunned. He laughed and said, So, this is what Palace Master Yang wants. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Does Grandmaster Feng dare to gamble? Ji Ying said, This Ji's wager is to become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. May I ask what Palace Master Yang's wager is? Yang Kai said straightforwardly, If I'm not an alchemist emperor, Grandmaster Feng can do whatever you want. This palace master has no complaints. Ji Ying's expression froze. When Yang Kai said this, he realized that the other party wasn't spouting nonsense and really had something to rely on. This reliance was undoubtedly his identity as an alchemist emperor. He really was an alchemist emperor? Ji Ying was somewhat convinced in his heart, but he couldn't help but be shocked. At such an age, not to mention that his cultivation had reached the emperor realm, how could he still have time to cultivate alchemy? He was an alchemist emperor himself. Knowing the thorns and hardships of this path, he naturally understood how rare an alchemist emperor was. After thinking seriously for a moment, Ji Ying said, No, Palace Master Yang's wager is not appropriate. You are taking advantage of this, Ji. Only Yang Kai himself knew whether he was an alchemist emperor or not. If he really made such a wager with him, he would be too stupid. There was no benefit if he won, but if he lost, he would be enmeshed in a cocoon of his own making. Ji Ying wasn't stupid to such an extent. Does Grandmaster Feng not dare? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying shook his head and said, Don't try to provoke me. This Ji won't fall for it. The more Yang Kai said this, the more Jiying felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Kai was setting a trap for him. Once he lost the bet, he would become the chief alchemist of Towering Heaven Palace. Alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, he was the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. How could he become an alchemist of another sect? What's more, refining pills in such a large sect would exhaust him to death. Yang Kai scratched his chin and said, "Is that so? Then let's change the wager." Jiying frowned and said, "What does Palace Master Yang want to do now?" He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yang Kai said, "The wager remains the same. I will compete with Grand Master Feng in alchemy, refining the same kind of pill. Let's see who can refine more spirit pills of higher quality." Ji Ying was taken aback and said with wide eyes, You want to compete with me in alchemy? Did he hear wrongly? As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Someone actually wanted to compete with him in alchemy? Mi Qi and Li Jiao also had strange expressions on their faces as they seriously sized up Yang Kai, wanting to see if this guy was crazy. Of all the things to compete with, he actually wanted to compete with Jiying in this. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? That's right, let's compete in alchemy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said provocatively, Could it be that Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare? Ji Ying's face sank as he said, Palace Master Yang, this Ji's traitorous disciple inverted right and wrong, so this Ji has no qualms about disciplining him. This Ji also apologizes to you. Since Palace Master Yang was able to establish a sect, could it be that you are also a narrow-minded person? Do you want to humiliate this Ji again and again? If Yang Kai's previous proposal to compete with him as an alchemist emperor was reasonable, then this proposal to compete with him in alchemy was simply too stupid. Ji Ying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, That's not the case. I really want to compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy and sincerely hope that Grandmaster Feng can become the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace. Hearing this, Ji Ying was furious. You think you can win against me? His original displeasure turned into anger. To him, Yang Kai's words were no longer deliberately looking for trouble, but a complete humiliation. Why did he think he could become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace? All of this had to be built on the basis that he won. He had been learning alchemy from his honored master for so many years, and everything he had learned was taught by his honored master. Humiliating him was equivalent to humiliating his honored master. How could Ji Ying tolerate this? Originally, he felt a little guilty towards Yang Kai because of Li Xian's matter, but at this moment, that guilt had disappeared and was replaced by anger. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a step forward, smiling faintly as he asked, Do you dare, Grandmaster Feng? Ji Ying's eyes spat fire, and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said, If Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said anything. Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Ying slammed the table and stood up. How could he endure being provoked like this? If Yang Kai had said that he was inferior to him in a life and death battle, Ji Ying would have endured it. After all, he didn't like to fight others, but now that this involved alchemy, whether Ji Ying was willing or not, he had to accept this bet. He had to prove himself, Medicine Core Valley, and the wondrous pill, Great Emperor's reputation. He had to make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped, but the bet must be changed. Ji Ying coldly snorted. How so? Yang Kai raised his brow. Ji Ying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, I will take Palace Master Yang's head. Since you dared to bet with me on alchemy, I'll play a big game with you. Let's see if you're afraid. This was a matter of life and death. No one could remain indifferent. Ji Ying thought that after he changed the bet, Yang Kai would definitely panic. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding? All right, we'll do as Grandmaster Ji says. You. Ji Ying was stunned, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How many years had it been since he was this angry? In fact, he didn't really want to kill Yang Kai. He just wanted to scare Yang Kai away. Who would have thought this person would accept his bet without batting an eyelid? Did he really have the confidence to win? How was that possible? Even if they were both alchemy emperors, there was still a gap between their alchemy skills. In this world, the only alchemy emperors who could surpass him in alchemy were his several brothers. Despicable. Ji Ying had never felt that there was anyone more despicable than Yang Kai. Even if he dared to look down on him, he should have a bottom line. With a furious expression, Ji Ying said, "Palace Master Yang, do you want to change the bet? You can take this Ji's life if you want." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "I only want Grandmaster Ji to become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Why would I want your life? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Ji Ying flicked his sleeves angrily. "Since the bet has been set, let's discuss what kind of pill to refine." Yang Kai looked at Ji Ying and said, "Palace Master Yang can decide. This Ji doesn't care." Ji Ying's words were filled with strong confidence, as if he wouldn't care, no matter what kind of pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. After so many years of alchemy, what kind of pill had he not refined? The only thing he had yet to refine was the dragon blood pill, because he had never obtained the dragon blood flower. Then, Emperor Essence Pill it is. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and quickly gave an answer. Ji Ying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, "Palace Master Yang, are you sure you want to refine the Emperor Essence Pill?" Although the Emperor Essence Pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the most demanding alchemy techniques. Why not change it to a Tao Source-grade spirit pill? This guy is really an Emperor-grade alchemist. As soon as Yang Kai proposed to refine the Emperor Essence Pill, Ji Ying confirmed this point. Although the Emperor Essence Pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine it. Moreover, it required a lot of alchemy techniques. Just like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills, the same principle applied in alchemy. An ordinary Emperor-grade alchemist might only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Essence pills from the same set of ingredients, but in Ji Ying's hands, he could definitely refine 9 pills. Chapter 2731. 9 was an extreme number, so a furnace of spirit pills could only produce 9 pills at most. Proposing a Tao Source-grade spirit pill was not because Ji Ying had no chance of winning, but because he did not want to win in an unfair manner. He had been an alchemist emperor for many years and had refined countless Yuan Emperor pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an alchemist emperor, it was impossible for him to have such rich experience. If he chose to refine an Yuan Emperor pill, he would be taking a huge advantage. But if it was a Tao Source-grade spirit pill, although he would still be at an advantage, at least their starting points would not be too different. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need, many thanks for Grandmaster Ying's kindness. I will refine the Yuan Emperor pill." He naturally understood why Ji Ying made such a proposal, and his impression of him improved slightly. Not everyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace. Even if Ji Ying was a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, if his character was not up to par, Yang Kai would not have any ideas about him. Previously, when Li Xian was involved, Ji Ying had readily bowed his head and apologized, even expelling Li Xian from Medicine Pill Valley in front of Yang Kai. This made Yang Kai feel that Ji Ying had a good heart and a kind heart, and now it seemed he was right. Looking at it from another perspective, Ji Ying was a disciple of the wondrous pill, great emperors, and a member of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai could not do anything to him, unless he really risked offending Medicine Pill Valley. Although Ji Ying had a noble background, he did not have the hypocritical arrogance of most alchemists. Coupled with his status as an alchemist emperor, if he could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai would not have to worry about the sect spirit pills in the future. It could even be said that Ji Ying could train a group of alchemists for High Heaven sect. The development of a sect could not be done by one person alone. Only by taking care of all aspects could one move forward. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this will naturally not be a problem. Then I naturally have no problem with that, Ji Ying said in a deep voice. He felt as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. As he spoke, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and divided them into 2 portions. Turning to Yang Kai, he said, "These 2 sets of herbs are all used to refine the Supreme Emperor Pill. Regardless of quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them. Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I trust Master Feng's character. Then choose one." Ji Ying said. Yang Kai casually chose one. Ji Ying's reputation and status were there. Even if he wanted to defeat Yang Kai, he would have to defeat him fair and square with his alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to use any underhanded tricks. Seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, this Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin. Since Palace Master Yang was a pill emperor, he should have his own pill furnace, right? Do you need me to lend you one?" "No need." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Since they wanted to compete as alchemists, they naturally had to do it in public. It was impossible for them to hide it. He didn't even move. Instead, he took a stance in the middle of the hall. Ji Ying casually tossed out a pill furnace. A 3-legged pill furnace flew out and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as this pill furnace appeared, a peculiar fragrance filled the hall. It smelled like orchids and musk, causing one's spirit to soar. The pill furnace was simple and unadorned, obviously quite old. The 2 dragon heads on both ends were raised high, giving off a lifelike feeling. They seemed to be the key to adjusting the size of the furnace's flames. The interior of the furnace was filled with dense runes and patterns, causing one to feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. An emperor's intent filled the air. A good furnace. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he praised. As fellow alchemists, it was natural to have a special fondness for good pill furnaces. As soon as Ji Ying took out this pill furnace, Yang Kai knew it was not an ordinary object. Moreover, from the fragrance that filled the air, Yang Kai deduced that Ji Ying had definitely refined countless pills with this pill furnace. He should have reached a kind of unity with this pill furnace. Ji Ying proudly declared, "This is the worst pill furnace this Ji has." Taking out the worst pill furnace, he didn't want to take advantage of Yang Kai, and was confident in his own strength. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his hand, and tossed out his own pill furnace. This pill furnace glowed with a purple light and was filled with Emperor's intent the moment it appeared. It was clearly an Emperor-grade pill furnace on the same level as Ji Ying's pill furnace. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled, not having expected Yang Kai to have such a strong foundation. However, on second thought, if Yang Kai was really an Emperor-grade alchemist, it was normal for him to have an Emperor-grade pill furnace. The only thing that puzzled Ji Ying was that this pill furnace looked a little familiar. Ji Ying was sure he had never seen this pill furnace before. If he had, he would have definitely recognized it. With the duel imminent, Ji Ying didn't have the time to think too much and quickly immersed himself in refining. Even if his opponent was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't take him lightly. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Showing his true ability and defeating him in all aspects was a sign of respect for alchemy and a response to his honored master's many years of teaching. "Shall we begin?" Ji Ying's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. Sect Master Mi and Palace Master Li, would you like to place a bet as well? We can place a bet too? Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other in surprise. Since you're already here, are you two willing to return empty-handed? Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. Good. Mi Qi shouted in a low voice. We'll place a bet, but I wonder how big Palace Master Yang will be willing to bet. I'll accept as much as I can. Even gambling with the Sex Foundation is fine. Yang Kai said casually. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's expressions changed when they heard this. They were frightened by Yang Kai's words. Gambling with their Sex Foundation was simply too much. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to add insult to injury by cutting off a few pieces of Yang Kai's flesh, they didn't even dare to think about gambling with their Sex Foundation. Even if they had full confidence in Ji Ying, they didn't dare to make such a big bet. You two don't dare? Yang Kai looked at them contemptuously. It's not that we don't dare. It's just that there's no need. We have no enmity with each other. So why make such a big bet? Mi Qi said stubbornly, Yes, just play casually. Since that's the case, what do you two think you should place to accept? Yang Kai asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and just stood to the side, smiling at Ji Ying and saying, Today's weather is good. Ji Ying frowned, thinking, Isn't this nonsense? The sky outside is clear. Even a fool can see it. But why is he telling me this? Is he trying to interfere with my state of mind? How insidious! He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and look down. Palace Master Yang, I've discussed it with Brother Li, Mi Qi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Mi Qi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of income from our respective sects. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept. Even Ji Ying's expression changed slightly when he heard this bet. Although 10 years of income from their respective sects sounded simple, if converted into source crystals, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Top sects like the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had countless properties and their own source crystal loads, so their annual income was at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that was 500 million high-rank source crystals. The two great sects would be worth 1 billion. This number was simply terrifying. It seemed that Mi Qi and Li Jiao were determined to get some benefits from the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what expression he had now. His expression should not be good, right? At first glance, Ji Ying was startled. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain and sneered. Both of you are famous figures in the Northern Territory. How can you be so stingy? Stingy? Mi Qi's face sank. You dare say we are stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes. Palace Master Yang, are you deliberately mystifying us? Are you afraid to accept this bet? He thought he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and spoke in a strange tone. 50 years, Yang Kai declared and raised his hand. I will bet 50 years of income from each sect. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both gasped. Ji Ying's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai like he was crazy. You. Mi Qi's mouth was a little stuttered, showing how much his mood was fluctuating. Do you know how much the High Sky sect's income is in 50 years? You dare to boast like this? Yang Kai calmly said, I'll give you 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 500 million in 10 years, and 2.5 billion in 50 years. 2 sects will only earn you 5 billion. But 5 billion? Li Jiao almost choked to death by Yang Kai's big words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai if he knew what 5 billion high-rank source crystals was. Yang Kai sneered and looked at them disdainfully. What's wrong? You two don't dare to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was nothing but the second sentence was serious. If they really retreated, wouldn't it be like Yang Kai said, they had no confidence in Jiying? This matter could be big or small, and could even offend Jiying. How insidious and cunning! Li Jiao and Mi Qi gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not back down. So Li Jiao coldly snorted, "Brother Mi Qi, and I naturally have no problem. 50 years it is. I just don't know if Palace Master Yang can take out that much money." Indeed, Mi Qi nodded in agreement. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is not a small number. If Palace Master Yang reneges on his debt at that time, what can Brother Li and I do to you? What a joke! Yang Kai pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who goes back on his word?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at him seriously, the latter saying, "We're not familiar with each other. Who knows what kind of person you are?" Good, good, good. Yang Kai's exasperated look made Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel that he was deliberately mystifying things. Mi Qi laughed. "If Palace Master Yang can take out the corresponding bet, Brother Li and I will bet. What harm is there in that? You said it yourself. Don't regret it." Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Take it." Li Jiao seemed to see through Yang Kai's expression and urged, "I'll take it." Yang Kai shouted, "Take it! Take it!" Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a space ring appeared on his palm, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2732. Did he really take it out? Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, slightly shocked, but more than that, they didn't trust Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, occupied its foundation, and obtained the wealth accumulated by the Seeking Passion sect over the years, they didn't believe that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in his ring. The Seeking Passion sect was almost the same as the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect. Although its annual income was astonishing, its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Most of its income was consumed every year, leaving only a small part to be accumulated. Even the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace only had 1 billion high-rank source crystals in their reserves, so the Seeking Passion sect should have the same amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai obtained the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, he would only have 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the source crystals he obtained from the Seeking Passion sect, the total would be 2 billion to 3 billion. So, how could he possibly have 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I must inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, we must inspect it. Yang Kai nodded, but I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to inspect it. You too trust Grandmaster Ji, right? Naturally, Mi Qi nodded quickly. Li Jiao naturally had no objection. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed the ring to Jiying. Jiying caught the ring and casually swept it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, This. He was an alchemy master and did not lack wealth. In the entire Northern Territory, there were countless people who wanted him to perform alchemy for them, and every time he performed alchemy, he would receive a large amount of income, not to mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even 10 billion was not enough to shock Ji Ing so much, but at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something extremely incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked, wondering what good things were inside this ring that make Grandmaster Ji lose his composure like this. Although they were curious, they were too embarrassed to take a look. They didn't think that Yang Kai let them take a look, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Ji Ing to check the ring. Where did you get so many? Ji Ing turned her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai chuckled. took the space ring from Ji Ying's hand, shook his head, and said, I can't say. Ji Ying gulped and reluctantly watched as Yang Kai put away the ring. However, she knew that this should be Yang Kai's secret, and was too embarrassed to ask further. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you lose this competition of alchemy, then you'll have to face the consequences. I don't want your head anymore. How about you give me half of those things? He didn't intend to take Yang Kai's life, he just wanted to scare him. Now that he saw something better, he naturally changed the bet. Inside the ring was none other than the 1,000,000 inner cores that Yang Kai had brought out from the savage ancient land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Ji Ying, but these 1,000,000 inner cores were different. There were so many inner cores piled up together. What's more, there was no lack of 12th order inner cores. Forget Ji Ying. Even the 10 great emperors had never seen one before. What's more, a monster core had endless uses. When alchemists were refining pills, they often needed to use a monster beast's monster core. A good quality monster core was equivalent to a perfect catalyst for refining pills. It could be used to refine a furnace of excellent pills. To Ji Ying, inner cores were much more attractive than source crystals. It was no wonder he was so surprised. Does Grandmaster Ji want them? Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. Ji Ying blushed and coughed dryly, which alchemist wouldn't want such a good thing. If you want them, I can give them all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Really? Ji Ying was surprised, but he quickly reacted and calmly asked, You wouldn't want this Ji to perform alchemy for your high heaven palace, right? Yang Kai laughed and said, Grandmaster Ji's eyes are sharp. Ji Ying snorted and said, Palace Master Yang's idea is good, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree. Yang Kai had already expected this and was naturally not disappointed, nodding and saying, In that case, if Grandmaster Ji agrees, I will give you half of these things. Good. You said it yourself. I hope Palace Master Yang will keep his word. Ji Ying was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was simply Yang Kai giving him an inner core. He never thought that he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy. Grandmaster Ji, can the things in that ring be worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Mi Qi listened for a long time, but still did not know the value of the things in the ring and could not help asking. 5 billion. Ji Ying glanced at them disdainfully and said indifferently, The things in that ring are enough to buy your 2 sects. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both turned pale with fright. Enough to buy 2 sects? What kind of treasures were in that ring to make Grandmaster Ji so certain? They became more and more curious and wished they could knock Yang Kai unconscious right now and snatch the ring to see what was inside. This palace master's bet has been determined. Do the 2 of you still want to bet? Yang Kai turned to look at Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Mi Qi frowned and said with a firm expression, Of course, why not? How can we not want free benefits? That's right, Li Jiao also said seriously, This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying frowned and said, If you want to bet, it's your own business. The outcome has nothing to do with me. Alchemy was not used for gambling. The reason he agreed to bet with Yang Kai was mainly because he was angered by Yang Kai, so he naturally did not want Li Jiao and Mi Qi to be tied to his victory or defeat, making it seem like the outcome was his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right. Li Jiao quickly corrected himself. This is just a bet between Brother Mi Qi and I and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Ying turned to look at him and said, You go first. Yang Kai quickly said, Is it really okay for Grandmaster Ji to look down on your opponent like this? Although he said that, his hands were not idle. He stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, assuming a posture of working hard. With a flick of his fingers, The lid of the purple origin cauldron immediately flew out, and a long-prepared spirit herb flew into the cauldron. With a whoosh, a flame seemed to burn, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. But strangely, there was no trace of Yang Kai circulating his emperor qi. Conflagrated knowledge, see. Ji Ying's expression changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. He did not expect Yang Kai to possess a conflagrated knowledge see. This alone was enough for him to take this seriously. Conflagrated knowledge see was a type of variant knowledge see. Those who possessed conflagrated knowledge see had a unique advantage in alchemy and artifact refining, because in the process of alchemy, one's divine sense played a very important role. Whether it was controlling the flame or grasping the timing of the spirit flower insertion, one's divine sense was required. And those who possessed conflagrated knowledge see could directly adjust the intensity of the flame and grasp the timing of the spirit flower insertion to the peak. Even when inscribing spirit arrays, one did not need a carrier and could simply carve them in the air. This was something no other alchemist could compare with. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so confident. You actually have a conflagrated knowledge see. Ji Ying suddenly understood what Yang Kai was relying on. His expression suddenly became solemn, and he no longer hesitated. Flipping his hands, he circulated his emperor qi, and a small flame immediately rose from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Ji Ying threw the same spirit flower into the pill furnace. With a sizzling sound, Ji Ying's hands formed a series of seals as he began carving a spirit array inside the pill furnace to assist in condensing the medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Ji Ying's strength surged as the two alchemy furnaces exuded scorching heat. Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to come up and see what was going on, but they were stopped by the three Monster King, who glared at them covetously. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed, so the three Monster King were naturally extremely vigilant against these two, lest they use any means to disturb Yang Kai. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao furious, but there was nothing they could do. Can Palace Masterwind, Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing stood side by side not far away, watching silently. Yang Kai was actually competing with Ji Ying in alchemy, which made Hua Qingxi feel very unconfident, so she quietly asked Zhu Qing, "I don't understand alchemy." Zhu Qing responded lightly. Hua Qingxi also agreed. Although she had seen alchemists perform alchemy before, she knew nothing about alchemy, so she could not see who had the upper hand in the situation. "But look at his demeanor. He seems to be very confident," Zhu Qing added. Hearing this, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai carefully and found that, as Zhu Qing said, Yang Kai's expression was full of confidence and high fighting spirit. If he had no hope of winning, he would never have such an expression. This discovery made Hua Qingxi feel relieved and secretly cheer for Yang Kai. Asterisk, chi 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 chi. Asterisk, the sound of fire crackling could be heard as the hands of the two competing in alchemy constantly moved, changing hand seals one after another. Exquisite and small spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace one after another. Spirit herbs were tossed into the furnace, condensing into a medicinal liquid and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ji Ying had been quietly paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Although Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge see and could not be underestimated, Ji Ying still felt that it was impossible for him to defeat her. However, after some observation, Ji Ying was able to confirm one thing. This Yang Kai really was an Emperor realm alchemist, and his foundation was extremely solid. This was because his movements when condensing the medicinal liquid were meticulous without the slightest mistake, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was extremely pure. If he was not an alchemy emperor, it would be impossible to achieve this. Ji Ying secretly rejoiced that another alchemy emperor had appeared in this world. If she told this news to her honored master would be very happy. The alchemy Tao had a long history and was much more difficult to advance than the martial Tao, which also led to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Others only saw the limitless glory of alchemists. But how could they discover the bitterness behind it? Medicine Pill Valley was dedicated to promoting the alchemy Tao, and several disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors also took this as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there would be more alchemists in the world. Only with more alchemists could the Star Boundary cultivator keep up with the demand of pills and increase their cultivation rapidly. Chapter 2733. As he watched, Ji Ying was slightly startled because he was shocked to find that the purity of the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was not inferior to his own. What shocked him even more was that the timing and order of Yang Kai's addition of the spirit herbs was exactly the same as his. There was not only one pill formula for a spirit pill. Every alchemist had a different understanding of the Tao of alchemy, and their personal preferences and abilities were different. This also led to some subtle differences in the process of refining a spirit pill, such as the order and timing of the addition of the spirit herbs. Some alchemists felt that it was better to add one type of spirit herb first, while others felt that it was better to add another type of spirit herb first. This also led to a situation where there were many different pill formulas for a spirit pill. Perhaps even the medicinal herbs needed were not the same. A pill formula did not only include the ingredients needed for refining a spirit pill. A complete pill formula not only included the medicinal herbs, but also the refining process. It could be said that a pill formula was equivalent to a complete alchemy manual. This was why pill formulas were precious and were the crystallization of the alchemist's hard work. Now, Ji Ying was surprised to find that Yang Kai's method and process of refining the Spirit Emperor pill were shockingly similar to his. It could be said that they were carved from the same template. In other words, the Spirit Emperor pill formula that Yang Kai had mastered was the same as the one he knew. How was this possible? The Spirit Emperor pill was a spirit pill used in the Emperor realm to restore one's Emperor Qi. It was also the most common Spirit Emperor pill. According to Ji Ying's knowledge, there were 8 or 10 pill formulas for this Spirit Emperor pill. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The best Spirit Emperor pill formula was naturally the one he had mastered. This was because this pill formula was personally improved by the great emperors of wondrous pills many years ago. It could be said that there was no other pill formula in this world that was better than this. The great emperors of wondrous pills had only taught this pill formula to a few of his disciples. No outsiders had learned it before. Now that he saw traces of this pill formula in Yang Kai's hands, Ji Ying was naturally surprised. Not only was Ji Ying surprised, but the other onlookers also had strange expressions. This was because they noticed that Yang Kai and Ji Ying were in the process of refining a spirit pill. It was almost exactly the same. The only difference was that Yang Kai's movements were slightly faster, while Ji Ying was slightly slower. This was not because Ji Ying's alchemy skills were inferior to Yang Kai's, but because he had a slow start. Although Ji Ying understood this, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if Ji Ying was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy, taking whatever herbs Yang Kai took. When Yang Kai's spirit pill formula, Ji Ying was Yang Kai's formula had Yang cast the doubts in Ji Ying's heart grew stronger and stronger. He originally thought that this situation was just a coincidence, but halfway through the refinement, he was sure that the pill recipes the two of them had were the same. Where did you get this pill recipe from? Ji Ying couldn't help but ask. This was a pill recipe passed down by his master. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Gui, you're getting distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you continue like this, you'll lose this competition. Ji Ying's body shook. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just a moment ago, He had been so focused on Kai Yang's pill recipe that he had been somewhat distracted. This had led to him not being able to use his full strength in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid. Looking at it now, his own medicinal liquid seemed to be slightly worse than Kai Yang's. Condensing the spirit pill was the first step in alchemy. It was also the most important and fundamental step. If this step was not done well, it would affect the quality of the spirit pill. Alchemy was like playing chess. One wrong move would lead to another. Not doing a single detail well would result in failure. He could not lose. This was a match that concerned Medicine Pill Valley. His master's reputation was on the line. He could not lose. Ji Ying's expression changed. He seemed to become a different person. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura. His mind was immersed in alchemy, and there was nothing else in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely serious. Although he was an alchemy emperor, this was his first time competing with another alchemy emperor in alchemy. Moreover, this person was the legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. If he did not give it his all, he would not win. He had something to rely on. It was not the conflagrated knowledge, that Ji Ying saw. This was just a small advantage he had. His real trump card was the grand alchemic Dao tone. Back on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had soared in the Dao of alchemy after triggering the grand alchemic Dao tone. If it were not for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai have advanced so quickly in the Dao of alchemy? He had not spent much time on alchemy over the years. Under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to become a Dao source great alchemist. It was impossible for him to become an emperor alchemist. However, the grand alchemic Dao tone had allowed him to easily climb to the level of an emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare with a veteran alchemist like Ji Ying in terms of experience, so he could only give it his all. His mind suddenly became empty, as if his whole person had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements suddenly changed. Suddenly, as if he had epilepsy, he began to dance with joy. Qi. This appearance made Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost burst out laughing, but under the covetous gazes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Ji Ying's movements were smooth and meticulous. Just looking at him was a kind of enjoyment. Compared to Yang Kai's performance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was obvious who was better. You want to win against Grandmaster Ji? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi also noticed this and could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing. His performance before was good, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? HM? Of all the people present, there was only one person who suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme shock appearing on his face as he stared fixedly at him. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. This eldest disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai. It was not because of Li Xian's slander of Yang Kai, but because of Yang Kai. Li Xian was expelled from the sect by his master. Although he despised Li Xian's previous actions, he was still brother for many years and still had some feelings for him. He originally wanted to wait for his master's anger to pass before persuading him to take Li Xian back. After all, his junior brother was still young. How could he not make mistakes? It would be good if he knew how to repent. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not even give him a chance. Regarding Yang Kai and Ji Ying's match, he was filled with disdain. He didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to win, so he had been staring at him with a look of hatred, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he was defeated by his honored master. Who would have thought that with a single glance he would see something incredible? In the eyes of others, Yang Kai was twitching crazily and waving his hands randomly without any sense of beauty, but in his eyes there was a completely different feeling. Somehow, he vaguely grasped something, but when he tried to grasp it, he couldn't. This made him so anxious that sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at Yong Kai carefully, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. All of the spirit herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace by the two of them, condensing them into pure medicinal liquids. The lid of the pill furnace was sealed, and the pill nourishing stage was reached. Inside the pill furnace, where no one could see, spirit arrays began to appear and disappear one after another. A variety of medicinal liquids began to mix inside the pill furnace, producing a mysterious change. Ji Ying's eldest disciple suddenly knelt on the ground. This strange movement surprised everyone except for Yong Kai and Ji Ying. Hua Qingxi looked over and saw that this eldest disciple was sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a life or death struggle. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Yong Kai. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi quickly walked over to him and tried to help him up. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so if something happened to him here, it would be difficult to explain to Ji Ying. "Don't touch me," the eldest disciple shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, making him look extremely frightening. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand stiffened in place as she felt annoyed, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. "Oh." Yong Kai took a moment to glance at this eldest disciple and grinned. "You actually saw something? Take a good look. What you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." To the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both glared at him and curled their lips in disdain, thinking to themselves, "This guy really dares to talk big. He is Ji Ying's eldest disciple. So even if he wants to learn something, he won't look for you. So what are you worrying about? What's more, with your skills, I'm afraid you can't even compare to his eldest disciple. Yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue?" Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the eldest disciple grit his teeth and widen his eyes even more, saying in a sonorous voice, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." "What?" Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with this eldest disciple? He actually thanked Yong Kai and even called him Grandmaster Yang. This is impossible, right? His honored master is right in front of him. Isn't he afraid of his honored master getting angry? What the hell is going on? Although Ji Ying was completely focused, he was still startled by his disciple's actions. Hearing him respect Yong Kai so much, he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "This little brat is actually helping an outsider at this time. I've raised you for so many years in vain." Out of curiosity, he glanced over at Yong Kai again. Sweeping his gaze over, Ji Ying's hand movements paused and his eyes slowly widened, even forgetting about the spirit pills he was nourishing in his alchemy furnace. His attainments in alchemy were countless times better than his disciples, and even his disciple could see through this, so as his honored master, it was naturally impossible for him not to. In his eyes, what he saw was not Yong Kai's strange movements or his twitching hands, but a grand Tao that led to the peak of alchemy. Yong Kai's movements were completely natural, and in harmony with the alchemy Tao, it seemed to contain a kind of truth that he could not grasp. He had only ever seen this kind of situation on his honored master, the great emperors, but he had never expected that he would be lucky enough to find similar traces on another person today. Chapter 2734. Shock. Ji Ying's heart was instantly filled with shock like a storm. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? He could actually figure out the essence of the alchemic Tao like his honored master. No, even his honored master could not have such an achievement at his age. Ji Ying was completely stunned and had an indescribable feeling. The one competing with him in alchemy was not the young man named Yang Kai, but the grand Tao he had been searching for, but could not capture. How could he win? His heart suddenly became a little chaotic, and a sizzling sound suddenly came from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Grandmaster Ji Yu, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi exclaimed in unison. Although they did not understand alchemy and could not see anything special, Ji Ying's state at this moment was obviously not right. From the change in his expression, how could they not see that there was something wrong with his state of mind? How could this be? If Ji Ying lost in this competition, he wouldn't lose much, but the two of them had bet 50 years of their respective sex profits on the line. If they lost for the next 50 years, the disciples of the two sects would have to tighten their belts. Ji Ying was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still in the middle of a competition, causing him to feel annoyed and ashamed. This was the second time he had been distracted, which would inevitably have some impact on the entire alchemy process, but after all, he had a profound cultivation base and quickly suppressed the flames in the furnace to save himself, forcing himself to calm down and throw away all distracting thoughts. Under great pressure, Ji Ying's movements suddenly became much smoother. He faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The eldest disciple still stared at Yang Kai's movements with wide eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser and denser as his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a great deal of torture, but his expression was extremely excited. As time passed, a pill fragrance overflowed. This was not the fragrance of simple spirit herbs, but the fragrance of a spirit pill. When this fragrance came out, it meant that the refinement had reached the final stage, as long as no mistakes were made. The spirit pill could be refined. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous Mi Qi and Li Jiao became. They did not know whether Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai. Originally, they had full confidence in Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying's unstable state of mind just now made them a little nervous. They didn't know if that change would affect the quality of the spirit pills in the end. After another 2 hours, the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost tangible. Yang Kai's hands suddenly stopped moving, his expression solemn. Yao Yao lifted the purple origin furnace and shouted, "Rise! It's time to collect the pills." Everyone's complexion stiffened as they realized that Yang Kai's furnace of Spirit Dawn had reached the final stage. This process was also an extremely important step in alchemy. A good pill condensing technique would allow an alchemist to refine more spirit pills of higher quality. On the other side, Ji Ying also pretended to slap his own alchemy furnace, causing the lid to fly out. He had also entered the pill refining stage. Mi Qi and Li Jiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They knew that they had reached this point. Yang Kai definitely couldn't beat Ji Ying, because Ji Ying's pill condensing technique was personally passed down by the great emperors. Even if Yang Kai had some opportunities and became an emperor realm alchemist, it was impossible for him to have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend to understand, and quickly turned to look at the eldest disciple, wanting to see some clues from his expression. With a single glance, both of their hearts sank. Because at this moment, the eldest disciple was actually still watching Yang Kai's movements, his two bloodshot eyes bursting with an extremely pleasantly surprised light. On the contrary, he turned a blind eye to his honored master. No way, right? Could it be that Yang Kai's pill condensing technique is also better? Otherwise, why didn't the eldest disciple take this opportunity to learn his honored master's technique? Instead, he paid attention to Yang Kai. It must be because the eldest disciple's skills aren't good enough, and his vision isn't good enough. Mi Qi and Li Jiao comforted themselves in their hearts. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during the alchemy competition, they still had great expectations for Ji Ying. Using the ninth heaven profound pill method, a series of hand seals flew into the purple origin furnace, making the last step of alchemy perfect. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai comprehended from the grand alchemic Tao tone. Even compared to the techniques created by the great emperors, it was slightly better. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk suddenly, a very pleasant sound rang out from the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai flashed and slapped the purple origin furnace, causing a string of rolling spirit pills to fly out. Mi Chi and Li Jiao stared at it with wide eyes. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what their quality was, but before they could see them clearly, they were put into a jade bottle prepared in advance by Yang Kai. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in hatred. On the other side, Ji Ying also began to condense the pills. After forming the last hand seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out of the pill furnace and were thrown into the jade bottle in his left hand. The refinement is complete. Yang Kai pressed his hands together and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Dan Tian. Ji Ying stood there motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His eldest disciple, on the other hand, closed his eyes the moment Yang Kai finished refining and knelt down like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. This made Mi Chi and Li Jiao anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Although they felt that the possibility of Ji Ying losing was not high, they were still a little nervous. After all, this was related to the income of their respective sects for 50 years, a total of 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Ji Ying did not move, so Yang Kai did not want to disturb him. He knew that Ji Ying was considering the gains and losses of this alchemy, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he winked at Zhu Qing, who was looking at him. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice. She didn't care about him at all. He had brought a snub upon himself. After a long time, Ji Ying breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Yang Kai, and cupped his fists. Brother Yang's skill. This Ji is deeply impressed. After competing with Yang Kai for a while, Ji Ying immediately understood that he had really underestimated him before. Not only was he an alchemist emperor, but he was also an alchemist whose skill was not inferior to his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the wondrous alchemy process, but it was enough to shock him. If it weren't for the importance of this competition, he would not have been able to stop himself from interrupting the refinement and observing it carefully. This time, no matter who wins or loses, this Ji must thank Brother Yang, Ji Ying said sincerely, glancing at his first disciple. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor who was not inferior to him, Ji Ying's address for him had changed. Moreover, his first disciple's harvest was not small, so he naturally had to thank him. Previously, he had always called him Palace Master Yang, but now it was even more intimate. Well said. Brother Ji is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Jiao and Mi Chi were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong. Wasn't Ji Ying here to find trouble with Yang Kai? Why was he suddenly calling him brother? Even the two of them, who had known Ji Ying for many years, did not have the qualifications to call him that. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come along. Master Ji, let's see the results of the competition first. Mi Chi changed the topic, lest Yang Kai and Ji Ying continue to curry favor with each other. As long as Ji Ying won this competition, their trip here would definitely be worth it. 50 years of the sex profit, just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still very curious about the things in Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what it was that actually received such a high evaluation from Ji Ying. Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Those who come are guests. Brother Ji, please. Ji Ying nodded. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Essence pills. Everyone in the hall craned their necks and looked at his palm. 9 pills. Mi-Chi glanced over and immediately exclaimed in excitement. This time, Ji-ing had refined 9 pills, which was the maximum number of pills a furnace could produce. This basically meant that he had one half the competition. The rest would depend on the quality of these pills, but since Ji-ing had personally refined them, the quality of the pills would definitely not be bad. This could be seen from the fact that these spirit pills were all round and full, and their color was translucent. Look, look, look. Li Jiao seemed to have discovered a new world and pointed at one of the Emperor Essence pills, breathing heavily. Pill veins. These are pill veins. One of the 9 spirit pills was covered with veins, and at first glance, it looked like the veins of a human body. These were the legendary pill veins. If a spirit pill formed pill veins during the refining process, its medicinal efficacy would directly double, and its value would naturally rise. However, pill veins weren't something that everyone could refine. Even for the most skilled alchemists, it was something that could only be found by chance. But now, one of Ji-ing's spirit pills had formed in elixir veins. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade spirit pill. This made it all the more precious and shocking. Ha ha! Mi-Chi also laughed loudly, and his anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach. If Ji-ing had only won half the competition by refining 9 pills, then this spirit pill, with pill veins, had sealed his victory. Yang Kai had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't even need to look at the quality of the spirit pills he refined. Mi-Chi didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine spirit pills with pill veins. If pill veins were so easy to refine, they wouldn't be called pill veins. Exchanging a glance with Li Jiao, both of them were overjoyed. 5 billion high-rank source crystals, 50 years of sect income were about to be obtained. So how could the two not be happy? They secretly decided that after Yang Kai fulfilled the bet, they would buy the Emperor Essence pill with pill veins from Ji-ing. This was the key to victory, and was worth preserving. As long as they had this spirit pill, the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of them. Of course, they could also curry favor with Ji-ing. Should they humiliate Yang Kai while they were at it, looking at the 3 monster kings standing nearby and glaring at them? The two thought for a moment and decided to forget about it, lest they become angry out of humiliation. The two of them really weren't their opponents. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.